So Jerry, we can hear you then, so.
Yep, no, that'll be good. And I'll,
Okay, so I'm gonna call the meeting to order at 8:33. Are there any additions to the agenda? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have an update from Cape that was sent to me yesterday that I'd like to
So
share.
9.3 Cape. Councillor Penner.
Just a small drum solid waste.
Drum solid waste. 9.4. Councillor Cunningham.
I just have a couple updates for Division 5 for council committee reports.
So 9.5. Division 5. I have some information from a number of places, Trochu Housing, FCSS, the Candidate Forum, and a number of other things, so we'll just add that as, we'll call it Division 7. Under closed session, I'm adding an item 11.3, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, Access to Information Act, Section 20. So that'll be 11.3. Are there any others? Councillor Christie.
if not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And
Hey,
thank you, Councillor Wistock. That's carried unanimously. And so, Jerry, I'm just going to assume you're going to jump in if you have a comment or whatever. Since I can't
Right.
see you raise your hand. Okay, the minutes from the September 9th meeting were pre-circulated. Are there any errors or corrections to those minutes? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that the council approve the adoption of the minutes of September 9th, 2025, the regular meeting of council as was presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the minutes from the September 9th regular council meeting as presented. All those in favor?
hey,
That's carried unanimously as well. Thank you. All right. The first item on our agenda would be 4.1, which is the road use agreement policy. And I am going to assume that this is you, Mr. Phillips. Welcome, Andrew, and whenever you're ready. Yeah, just turn your, there you go. Thank you.
Sorry. This morning I would be presenting an RFD related to road use agreement policy. Just to quickly run through the RFD, kind of summarize, at the Committee of the Whole meeting on May 20th, 2025, Administration presented a discussion report titled Road Use Agreement Details. This document outlined the current process used to manage industrial road use through road use agreements. Typical steps included the agreement initiation, haul permit application, pre-haul inspection conditions that would be set, and also the post-haul inspection. Administration has prepared a draft road use agreement today for Council's review and consideration. The proposed road use agreement policy aims to formalize and regulate the use of municipal roads for heavy and industrial traffic. Some of the key components outlined in the policy kind of identifies applicability, permitting process, damage deposits and securities, and maintenance and the maintenance obligations. So that would be kind of the grading, dust control, snow removal, signage installation or repair that may be required. And finally, monitoring and enforcement to ensure accountability. the policy includes enforcement provisions laid out as such. I guess with that, if Reeve King, members of council, had any questions for administration?
Okay, thank you for that. Are there questions with regard to the proposed road use agreement policy? Councillor Forbes?
Yes, I have a question around if someone lodges a complaint against whether it's a legal action taken by the enforcement part of it. Do we have mechanisms in place that track that?
I guess to better answer your question, I probably would take that, administration would probably take that back and report further, unless CAO Hogan, Director Zier, we could probably take a look at that.
Mr. Zier?
Sure, thank you. So through the chair, just to clarify the question, so you're just looking, Councillor Forbes, if verifying if administration does track the complaints that we get on a concern. Yeah, so to answer that through the chair, basically, whenever we receive a complaint, concern that's raised to us, it does go through our complaint tracking system. If it was specifically for an activity tied to the road use agreement, we would look into the conditions of that road use agreement, make sure that everything that was presented in that application is followed. If they're, like for example, if they're limiting the number of vehicles to a certain amount, and we can quickly determine that there's a higher level than that, then we would have a conversation with the applicant, potentially halt the road use agreement at that time. The enforcement mechanisms we have in here are basically limiting the travel on that, up into including shutting off that or canceling that road use agreement. As I've kind of mentioned before, the enforcement measure we have on these are limited to the heavier truck traffic and that sort of thing. If it's tied back to passenger vehicles or that sort of thing, it is, basically it's a public road, so it's very hard to enforce that sort of thing. Our hammers on this are shutting or canceling the road use agreement, placing road bans on that road, or ultimately closing that road, which I don't think we wouldn't want to go that level. So does that answer your question, Councillor? Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Cunningham?
So I'm just looking, sorry, page 54 of our package. So I know we had talked a lot about the dust abatement. So from what I'm understanding, then the dust control abatement, whatever we want to call it, will be something that will be in all RUAs for the oil and gas, wind and solar, those type of commercial activities.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Yeah, so that would be case by case. So throughout the application process that would be initiated, we would be looking at kind of the circumstances, underlying conditions. Is it, winter season? Is it spring, summer where there's going to be dust? And basically we would put that in the application, I guess, and enforce that throughout the application before we would move forward, just to lay out the level of dust abatement that would be required, kind of the material that would be used, and it would be case by case. But yes, it would be, dust abatement would be built into to the policy.
So the way the policy reads, it says will be required. I guess depending seasonally more than anything.
Correct.
So if it's in the winter, we're probably not requiring dust control.
Correct.
But depending on the length and usage and whatever. So I guess I had a question too around the number of trips. Oh, sorry, Mr. Zier, you had a comment? Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just going to, yes, just to add to what you were saying there, Reeve King. definitely we understand that there is a concern there about dust, and we have the same concern in administration too here. So you'll see in the policy here that we're proposing that the 10 trips is basically our trigger point for requirement of dust abatement to be installed if it meets the conditions passing by a residential location. So you're right, if it's in the middle of winter, and regardless if it's in the middle of winter, if there is dry conditions, we may still require some sort of abatement to be put down, because the intent of this policy is to eliminate dust as best as we can on a higher traffic or a higher intensity haul. So we wanted to have a little bit tighter here and have some conditions such as this to make sure that the applicant does know that they're responsible for keeping dust down at that level. The 10 trips is a trigger that we've looked at. It's a bit of a benchmark with some other communities that we've seen. Council can discuss if they think that that's too stringent, or if they want to go a little bit lower than that even, so.
I guess that's kind of where I was heading, was to ask if council and the 10 trips was considered adequate. I assume if we're doing dust control in the winter, we're not using water. I'm being kind of a little bit facetious here. And I guess that would be my question, is the determination of number of trips. And I guess the reason I'm asking the question for me is there are some sites in the county that are in existence already, battery sites and others, where there are currently more than that many trips, but we don't have necessarily, I don't know if we have road use agreements in place or not with them. And is there any retroactiveness to this policy? So if we have an established industry that has a site in Kneehill County currently, and let's say they're hauling oil from one site to another, one battery to another, is there any retroactiveness to this or not?
I'm not paying attention.
Oh, shut your mic off there.
Oh, you turned your mic off, actually.
Turned it off.
Yeah.
Apologies. If I'm understanding your question correctly, Reeve King, yeah, if there is commercial users, industrial users out there now that aren't typically or entered into a road use agreement with Kneehill County at this time, yeah, it's not necessarily grandfathered in. If I'm understanding your question correctly or whatever, we can contact the organization, owner of the company, and require them to enter into a road use agreement.
Okay. Councilor Cunningham?
So just to clarify for me, I know we talked about, like, this is policies around larger vehicles, and we weren't gonna go so much for like the smaller half-ton trucks, that type of thing. But I'm just wondering, like, if we're basing that on the 10 trips a day of like larger vehicle traffic, if you have 100 trips a day of like smaller vehicles, it's like, is one worse than the other? So I know we can't enforce public vehicle use, I understand that, but I know I mentioned, with some of the wind and solar projects, you're seeing 100 and 125 vehicles going both ways a day. So I'm just wondering, are we going to build that into this policy at all?
To use, I guess, solar, wind as an example, again, with the policy the way it's derived right now, it would be based on commercial, larger vehicle use. As Director Zier had alluded to or whatever, I mean, I guess I don't think that we would probably want to or recommend to go down the road to close the road altogether. Director Zier, can you expand upon that as far as, I guess, light vehicle and just the sheer number of light vehicles for?
Go ahead, Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Through the chair, I think at that point, depending on if the application is through a development permit, I think that at least that's where the planning commission or council can have the conversation with the applicant. I think we have to be wary that any conditions that are placed on those development permits are subject to appeal, and the reasonableness of that request, depending if it's, say if there's dust control requirement as a condition of a development permit, without us having placed that anywhere in our land use bylaw or without it being a requirement in the past in other applications, that may be an easily challengeable and appealable condition. So I think at that point, we may want to look at the condition of that road as a council, as a county, and see is that, if we're looking at that much intensity during construction or even long-term on that, maybe that's something that the county needs to look at, either upgrading or providing dust control as a measure, that sort of thing, if we're looking at it in that vein. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me, but I mean, if you have 11 trips of a larger vehicle versus 120 trips of a smaller vehicle, you're gonna get more dust with 100 vehicles. I mean, I can guarantee that because I lived through a project like that. So yeah, but I hear what you're saying. Maybe that's something that maybe needs to go more to the development permit, and that's something that the land use bylaw, when it gets opened up, could be looked at. So yeah, no, thank you for that.
So I think we've had it expressed in the past that during a construction phase of a project that perhaps it might be reasonable to consider, if there's a specific route that's been designated for them to use for that project, it might be worthwhile for the period of construction to consider dust abatement. And then once the project's operational and the traffic volumes fall, then maybe it's not so critical. But certainly, I know we've had situations where during the construction period, we've had what would be considered to be unreasonable amounts of traffic. And so maybe there is an opportunity through development permit or somehow to address that issue there, outside of what this document states. I don't know. So I think it's going to come back to us. It'll be raised again. So. Councillor Forbes?
I guess I just have a question around, is there a formal appeal process if someone finds that they don't like it? Like the ticket or whatever? Because there's not really a mention of it in here, it just says the enforcement part of it. So is there a way for people, if they didn't agree to what was being handed to them?
I don't know who wants to tackle that one. Mr. Zier, do you want to tackle that?
I'll take it.
So you're saying if they got a ticket or a citation?
If they disagree with the enforcement actions.
Oh, sorry about the enforcement.
Yeah, if they disagree with the enforcement actions, is there appeal process?
Mr. Gannon, you have your hand raised. Gonna wade in, are you?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd love the opportunity to try to express this. Any type of ticket that's issued to any patron or any individual that is issued by our peace officers have the ability to appeal it through the court system, appeal it through different mechanisms that are in place. So when we do move forward with an enforcement action, we look at reasonability, we look at all these different factors prior to the ticket and justifying those tickets. So tickets are a mechanism of their role and function. However, the court system is the ultimate deciding factor should there be an appeal process in place to determine if that ticket is valid and has reasonability to it.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Cunningham?
So just back to the enforcement piece, I just want to clarify. So we talk a lot about complaint driven. So with these policies, is it if you get someone calling in saying, you know, there's this immense amount of traffic on my road, do you guys then check on it? Or is there more, when you have a active RUA in place, are you regularly going, like maybe once a week, or how is that monitored? I hear a lot about the enforcement piece, so I just want to make sure that it's regularly being enforced or looked at.
Thank you for question, Councillor. So yes, right now we do have personnel that would monitor. Now, I can't say we have nothing in place within operations of the frequency of monitoring. But that is something that we could definitely look at. But we do have personnel in place that do monitor our road use agreements permitting.
So, Mr. Gannon, were you still wanting to add comment to that?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Our two teams work very collaborative in efforts to manage this program. And as it is a complaint-driven system, there's a lot of investigations for us to go in and be able to participate in those actions. On the other side of it, we do capture different informations. I believe there was in the budget a recommendation for armadillo traffic counters and things in there to manage the programs and get good information to be able to look at those impacts and then put targeted patrols out there to try to manage and see the impact of those things. So it is a collaborative effort. This program is theirs, but should they seek help, they obviously come to my team if it starts becoming an enforcement item.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions or discussion related to this policy?
Ken King.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Whitstock.
Just a question. These are 10 round trips, correct? We're not just talking 10 passings of down the road.
I think it says 10 trips. It doesn't say round trips, it just says 10 trips. So if they're going in and out of a battery, going in is 1, coming out is 2. They're going into a construction site, going in is 1, coming out is 2.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion, direction? What's the wish of council? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I really appreciate this policy, and therefore I would like to make the motion that we approve the road use agreement policy as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we now have a motion to approve the road use agreement policy as it's been presented. Is there any further discussion to the motion before I call the vote? Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question on the motion that council approve the road use agreement policy as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Andrew, appreciate your time here this morning.
Thank you, Reeve King, members of council.
So we have a delegation in 4 minutes and 45 seconds, so we're going to be in recess to allow them to get set up, and we'll be back in session at 9 o'clock.
Can we try to get me connected?
We'll work on that in the next 4 minutes, Mr.
Perfect,
Woods.
thank you.
not us being the just gonna keep budget. I'm just gonna keep it really.
So, good morning. I'm going to call our meeting back to order. It is now 9 a.m. and we have a delegation on behalf of BREWD, which is a economic initiative that Kneehill County participated in. So I am going to welcome, I'm probably going to mess your name up. It's Sandra Blythe. Yeah. Oh, there we go. And Miss Gerbrandt as well. Welcome. And I'm going to say anytime you're ready.
Okay, good morning, Council. So we have Sandra Blythe here with Olds. She will be presenting the BREWD Regional Strategy, which is in alignment with the Economic Development Plan and Council's Strategic Plan. And then upon a close of the presentation and later through the disposition, we'll be making a decision on her request, which is of the $10,000 request to support the strategy. And so I'll leave it over to Sandra to present the information.
Perfect. Thank you, and good morning.
Welcome. Before you start, it might be nice for us to just exactly tell you who we are and who you're talking to. So
Wonderful.
I'll give council an opportunity and the people in the room to do that. So I'm going to start with you, Councillor Whitstock, since you're as far away as anyone. So if you would, please.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. My name is Jerry Whitstock. I represent Division 3, which is the Acme-Linden area. So thank you for coming.
Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I'm an area to the east, west, north, and south of the town of Three Hills.
Nice.
Good morning, Debbie Penner, Division 2. I'm down the Swalwell area.
And I'm Ken King, and I represent Division 7, which is the northeast part of Kneehill County.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Faye McGee. I represent Division 1. That's down in the southeast portion.
Good morning, Carrie Phillips, Division 4, so southwest of the county.
Okay.
The Wade Christie, Division 6, and I'm in the northwest, so I'm closest to Olds. So get me some jobs, that's what I'm looking for.
Wonderful.
Go ahead, Carolyn, if you would, please.
Hello, Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Hi, Carolyn.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services, and the individual who's absent outside right now is Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Nice. Thank you.
Sorry, one more. Good morning, Director, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
So welcome, Sandra. We look forward to what you have this morning, and anytime now that you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve King, councillors and administration. I appreciate the opportunity to come out here, and it was such a beautiful drive this morning. I love being out here. So thank you so much. I'm really here today to talk about BREWD and the Central Alberta First partnership that we're all a part of. I think the last time I saw some of your faces was back when I think it was January, and we signed a charter making promises to business, to each other, and kind of wondering, where are we going with this, right? What's going to come out of this? So now we have the results. So that's what I'm here to talk about. So anyways, it's been a great year working together, all of us as partners and peers, and learning about each other's communities and where we're similar, where we're different. And yeah, so now here we are with the strategy. So when we look at the cover of this, it's really in the name. So it's the next steps. We've got all this data. We've got all this information. Business came out in droves. Over 700 businesses participated in this and told us what they need to grow and succeed. And we promised to take action. So next generation regional planning is where we're at now, but moving into the action phase. So my promise was also to provide a system to our team and talk about how do we implement a framework that ensures implementation and action. We do not want a study that sits on a shelf and garners dust. We do that, business will not come back to the table again. Right? So we have to make sure we act. So that's what I'm here to talk about today. So anyways, you all have the presentation. So I'm not going to go into every slide, but I would say right in here between unified partnership and a growth economy, Dead center is an industry-led approach. So we can no longer say we don't understand what our industries and our businesses need. They've told us. They answered 84 exhaustive questions to participate, and now we have all of that wonderful information, and that is what's going to point us in the right direction. So the strategy itself, we're in a place now where, you know, what are the KPIs? If you recall when we started at this and you know, you agreed to participate, $3,000 will come together and see what happens. And here we are. So we had 41 in-person interviews with key employers. So those were one-to-one interviews that our consultants conducted on the workforce development side. 698 surveys were completed covering, it was 87 questions, I said 84. 101 job seekers also took the survey to tell us about their skill sets and whether or not they see opportunity in the job market and so forth. 77 volunteers came together to help us engage all of those businesses. And then in addition to the broad regional strategy, we also came through with 7 community data summary reports. And 27 projects came out of the broader strategy. Of those, to date, as a team, we went through all of those, and for those of you that participated in the task force retreats, what we identified were the 27 projects, but part of moving to action means we need leaders. So we need somebody to say, I will lead this project. So right now we're looking at 8 that have leaders. The next step for us is determining what's it going to cost to move these things forward. Thus, why I'm here today. So if we can get some money in the tank, depending on how much money we pool together, will determine how many projects we can actually advance.
So, Sandra,
yeah.
can I interrupt you for a second? I'll give you first shot at it, Councillor Cunningham. There are just a couple questions, so.
Yeah,
You go, no, you go. Okay.
So, I guess my question is I read through a much bigger presentation that's coming later. And for me, what are the 8 projects that were prioritized?
Yes.
Can you identify those for me?
I will do my best.
Okay.
So the 8, actually, if we break out business retention expansion and the workforce development strategy,
Right.
the workforce development strategy identified 12 projects. The BREWD identified 15 to make your 27.
Right.
Out of the workforce development, I believe there's 3, potentially 4. One is the first project, actually, Red Deer College has stepped up in the last 2 weeks to say that they will lead that project forward and will be participating on the committee. And then we had a talent attraction website. So that one is going to be led by the city of Red Deer. Leslie is going to lead that. And it's all about regionally bringing together photographs, images, and ultimately selling ourselves as a region, but also independently as individual communities. Will be profiled locally and then as well regionally. So that will be a huge marketing project. Then we had a data project, and that was all about creating task force within industry to work together with our learning institutions to identify what industry needs, what are labor trends that are happening in the region, what are the skills in the region that we're looking for. Oh, thank you. At 57, my brain just can't retain everything, but this will be very helpful. Thank you, Wendy. A workforce, our workplace culture enhancement, and that one for sure is going to move forward because RBSN is leading that. So Michelle, I think you all met Michelle at some point here in the last year. So she'll be advancing that. As well, AI awareness and workshop projects. So that one's already happening. It's going to occur on October 22nd. And I should say, when I did a quick debrief of Kneehill County's community report, AI came forward from your ag industry and a number of your other industries as critical information for them to understand the latest in AI. So that's October 22nd, $30 a ticket, and it's almost sold out. So if you want to participate in that, give us a call quick. So that one's already happening. Regional investment councils. So that one's an interesting one because that ultimately is the Regional Business Support Network. So when you read that, that is really what RBSN is doing. So anyways, Michelle, needless to say, is going to be leading that forward, expanding the services of RBSN to be able to meet the needs that came out of this as well. So some of the gaps. And then the Central Alberta Trade Accelerator Program. Well, Jenna and Leslie have already been advancing something in Red Deer. That's current next week. Yeah. So some things happening there. That project may be expanded as well into, I think, project, or the next project under there. And then the big one is actually, if you remember, the Next Generation Economy Initiative was 2 phases. So BREWD, the environment, phase 2 was the supply chain. And so that is the last project that we're looking at advancing, and that need for that project came out loud and clear in your data, specifically for Kneehill County. So there we go. Those are the projects.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham, you had a question?
Yeah, so just in the 41 in-person interviews with key employers, out of that 41, how many of those employers were within Kneehill County?
We're in the county. I can't answer that. Do we know? Oh, right. That's right. Yeah, you didn't participate in that piece because you already had a workforce study. Thank you.
Okay, I think that exhausts our questions for now, so if you want to continue, please do.
Perfect. Okay. So yes, in addition, so I just mentioned the project is already underway, the AI conference. So our ability to move those projects forward, really it comes down to funding. Okay. All right, so in addition to the regional strategy, we also did 7 community summary reports. Now the difference here is the bigger strategy is a strategy, where these community summary reports are really just to provide you a comparative of your community data to the regional data. And what's really interesting here is that through all of the information, all the community data reports, there was a high degree of data consistency. So what does that mean? That means that we're very similar, right? Not much is different between each of us when it comes from an industry or business perspective. So at the end of the day, that just reinforced for us that what we're doing in developing a regional plan makes good sense. Going out and independently doing economic plans where you have different consulting firms and what have you that are measuring different things or looking at different aspects of an economy is not comparing apples to apples. So this just confirmed we're all very similar. All right, so now we're at a place where we've got the data, we've got the strategy. Now we have to move forward and implement. So what are the partner benefits and where we sit today? And the reality is the regional impact aligns with local benefits. So even if we do a regional project, it will hugely impact each of our communities, even those communities that didn't participate, right? So Sundre was unable to partner at the time when we started this, but the data still applies to Sundre, right? Though they don't have some nice community data report, the regional strategy applies to them. Action-oriented projects. We're going to be talking about a system to ensure action happens. We have an enhanced business environment now because we have all of this information which will lead us to making the necessary priority changes that businesses ask for. Pooling resources reduces our costs, allows us to do things better, cheaper, faster. So for you guys, you put in $3,000 into this project. The return on that investment is tremendous. You're part of a broader regional strategy. You have a smaller report for your community alone, and you're also benefiting from different services that we're offering through RBSN and so forth. We're also in a place now with this level of data to influence and engage further leadership from a provincial, federal perspective. And then, of course, long-term economic resilience. But the big one here is with this level of data that we have, really, as a region, we're like our own think tank, right? When projects come up, we can now look back at the data and go, you know, the rationale that came from the ag industry, for example, supports the advancement of such and such a project. Do we have all the projects on the list that need to happen? No. Those projects can come from other places, but we have rationale to support those projects. So anybody can use that data to help them. So where we are now is the partnership is looking at an overarching steering committee and then a budget subcommittee. So the idea is pool the funding, use those dollars to advance the projects and to leverage grant funding. So we're kind of in a time crunch right now because a lot of the bigger grants, i.e. the ones we used for this, are open. And those dollars go quickly. So we need to get ahead of that and start applying to help advance the projects. Ad hoc project committees, very quickly. Each of the projects will have a project charter developed that will identify what the deliverables of the projects will be, budgets, timelines, who's involved, who's leading, all of those things, and they will be on the Central Alberta First website. We promise complete transparency to our businesses, and that is how we will show action is occurring. So all those people will go through a process and ensure they have charters up on the website. And then, of course, the partnership network. I just talked about the AI for Business. This is the first project that came out of this. Now, this is not a one and done. It's going to be a series of workshops. And this one was able to advance quickly because our Access to Capital team, which were our banks, ultimately, and Community Futures Central Alberta, said, we'll support Michelle in advancing this initiative. So next phase, next workshop may look a little different, but that's existing committee said, let's move this one forward quick. So that's what happens when you partner. So then I also thought I'd give a quick overview of RBSN, their performance dashboard. They've just started working here in Kneehill County beginning of summer.
Yeah, we had one last year, but
Yeah,
very strongly this
yeah,
year.
really beginning to promote that. So they've overall in the region, they've visited 224 businesses. They've served 151, 220 videos, and ultimately 12 communities have been served in the region, and that is expanding. So we are now just starting to really promote in Red Deer County. And again, it came out in the data that business needs these advisory services. They need more support from a marketing perspective and accessing capital. So RBSN is meeting that.
So, excuse me again,
Yeah.
Sandra, if you don't mind. Just for the sake of myself and others who might not know the acronym RBSN,
That is Regional Business Support Network. And that Michelle actually came here in the spring, yeah. And so what they do is they go out and they meet with businesses and find out what their needs are and provide a host of services, whether it's business planning, succession planning, strategic planning, marketing plans, video development. There's a host of things, but Michelle is a dynamo. Probably one of the best hires I've made in my career. She's fantastic. And actually, Red Deer County said to me, what makes this, like, how have you been able to meet these numbers? And I said, the difference here is that we're not waiting for business to come to us. Michelle goes in, meets with business face to face, and meets them where they are. And what we know about business is they don't always know what they need. And it takes somebody like Michelle, who's been in the industry many years, to be able to identify that, ask the right questions, and take them down a path. One of the things I did when we set up RBSN is I said, we need targets that we need to meet every month. And we also need to do exit interviews because I need to know if we're achieving success. And I can tell you there has been probably a 99.9% success rate. People come back, they give us testimonials, and they love it. So that has been a huge success.
Okay, thank you for that.
So here we are. So as partners, we all sat down and we tried to figure out what can this look like going forward? What do we need to do to advance these projects? And we all kind of landed at $10,000. We thought if we put in $10,000 this year, we can probably advance these 8 and really have some successes. So that's kind of where we came up with that number, is taking an estimate of what we thought those projects would cost, and if we put in so many dollars into each and use that to leverage government funding, we can be successful. And I should also say, our ability to pool our money and then use that to leverage other dollars puts us in a very good position. I estimate that there's probably $1.2, $1.5 million in federal and provincial grant funding that's out there that we are not tapping into. And the reason being is we're not being strategic about it. Through a partnership, we can be more strategic, we can tap into more dollars and secure that for our region as opposed to those dollars going to the larger cities and other regions that are a little bit more strategic than we are. So that's the path we're trying to get down. Do we have it all figured out? No. We don't know exactly what this is going to look like in a year, but I can tell you the partnerships that we've had this year by working together have been huge. Just the learning from each other and working together has, like, you can't put a price tag on that. So that alone is huge, and being able to work with other organizations in the region and so forth and bring them on side has been tremendous. So moving forward together, we now have a unified voice with 700 businesses. We have tangible results, and I'm proud to say this team has knocked it out of the park from results. And we have a shared future together and a plan of attack in how to keep this thing sustainable and truly support our businesses over the next 2 years till we start it all over again.
Okay, thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Cunningham.
So when you talk about moving forward together and tangible results, I guess for myself, being in the business community, being on our local Chamber of Commerce, what I'm hearing from Kneehill County businesses and our urban partners are things like the cost of transporting goods are higher, land prices are up, canola tariffs are here, the cost of my fertilizer is going up, having trouble finding employees. How do we get competitive in the seeking for employees and keeping them, right? Our utility costs are going up, our taxes are going up. Those are the real issues that I hear locally. So will you have some tangible results to help those businesses going forward in Kneehill County?
Yeah, and when I went through your community report, that was the one area that you were flagged as a disadvantage. All other 7 areas, you came out positively or in a neutral position, but cost to do business and infrastructure was the #1 thing that identified here as a disadvantage for moving forward. So does this report cover tariffs? No, we did the survey before the tariffs hit. So broader policy decisions from a federal government perspective, we can absolutely use this data to drive that home. And so the businesses of your region and others would be used in applying for funding. Same thing provincially. Now, when we had the task force retreat, the people that participated in those were the ones that helped us come up with the projects. So we only advanced the projects that are on our list, but is there opportunity to advance things that will affect those policies? Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this point? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to say thank you for being here this morning. I know we have this coming up again later in our agenda, so we'll have more of a conversation around that at that time. But very much appreciate you being here with us this morning, and I also noted and appreciate your enthusiasm for what you're doing. So
I love what I do. Thank you for having me.
glad we were able to provide you an opportunity for an early morning drive.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on in our agenda, we are at 5.4.1, which is the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center Business Case Estimate. And Mr. Gannon. Welcome here. And anytime you are ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Good morning. As previous on August 26, Council reviewed the concept design and for a possible Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center. We worked with a consultant on GGA to look at those opportunities and modeling, and there was some applications within council to really express what they were looking for, and there was some working groups in order to perform these functions. Motion was made by council to identify or approve any funding for the construction of such a facility and various options within it. So the feasibility report provided a very high level understanding of what the opportunities might be within Horseshoe Canyon as it relates to a interpretive center alone. It was measured on its own merits, not with any other potential activities surrounding the canyon, but solely on the canyon as a recreational use and as a tourist or as a multitude fashion of bringing economic value to Horseshoe Canyon and monetizing the canyon. Through our last conversations with council, council requested us to bring back a potential estimate of what that would look like and bring it forward for consideration as it moves forward to a more detailed plan, which would be a business plan. Within the estimates that we received, looking at the application within, we've high-level estimated that the impact of this could be potentially over $110,000 to provide the business case. Please understand that that business case moving forward would not include detailed design, which is it could be part of the business plan. It could be interpretive and entered into it should council move forward. It would be more detailed talking about programming level. It would be talking about retail level. It would be getting right into the meat and bones of how that could be monetized in a more detailed level. Moving forward within the report, right now, The GL code, which was established for these two projects, currently has 363, just over 363,000 of funding remaining. Should council move forward with the business case project, this funding source could be considered. If paused, this funding would remain in reserves. I want to make sure that is understood. Right at this point, administration recommends, and also council has the opportunity to defer this report until after the municipal election. Council can direct us to proceed with the business case for Horseshoe Canyon, and council has the opportunity to accept this report as presented. I'm here to answer any questions I can, and I look forward to council's decision. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Gannon. Discussion, questions, comments for Mr. Gannon from council. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm tempted to ask if we could consider taking this after we go through our project pre-approvals, because I feel like what I have to say applies to both statements there. And what I'm getting at is I do feel as though we have gone down a road a little briskly in one direction that did not take care of the community component to the degree that we need to do as leaders. And for me, I would be most happy if we did a strategic workshop as an in-house with administration, council, to just re-establish where are we at, where do we want to head, and how do we want to get there before we make any of these big decisions. Yes, that would be after we have the election, but I also think it needs to be after orientation. So the recommended motion isn't quite stating what I want it to say. I want us to wait quite a while, because I think this ground level work must be done before we proceed on this piece.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So I guess I'm struggling still with the motion that I know I live by, that was passed August 26 to have, there was two motions, have administration continue to explore funding and also to investigate the cost of option 2. To me, council made that decision at the council that's current to go forward with number 2. But then in the recommended motions I see, pardon me, the council options today I see is to maybe to wait. So I guess I'm just a little confused why the current council would make a decision on 1, 2, or 3, and they chose 2. But now we're maybe gonna pump the brakes a little bit and wait for the area structure plan. I guess I'm wondering, and I guess it's mute because we've done it, but then why would we put option 2 on the next council when we haven't done the area structure plan, I guess. So that's just myself talking out loud, but I kind of feel a little bit like a squirrel, but that's just me. That's at a day-to-day basis.
Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much for your question. The area structure plan, I think there's some confusion on the application of the area structure plan and what we're doing within that project versus what the Interpretive Center is. The Interpretive Center was an initiative that was driven through the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan. That master plan gave us direction from council on proceeding in an area which had focus groups that were around the Horseshoe Canyon aspect to look at the application of potentially monetizing the canyon and making it a profitable venture. Doing so, there was previous budgets that were put in looking at the washrooms and everything within the area, but there was a more strategic aspect of if we're looking at an interpretive center through this master plan, we might want to transfer the washroom opportunities and that into a singular facility rather duplicating efforts or finding that one effort really did not meet the grander scape of the understanding within that master plan. As far as the ASB, that is another tactic within economics and within the aspect of the community of looking at future growth of that area as taxation base and opportunity. It could be residential, it could be commercial, that has yet to be determined, but the merits of the Interpretive Center was done on its own merits. It did not take in consideration, nor has it been determined that the ASP is a determining factor with that. However, we do understand that the feasibility study did not include utility cost, which has a bigger parcel of cost or potential for the feasibility, which would be in a more detailed business plan. We do understand the comparative. If we are putting additional housing or different infrastructure in there, it will require utilities. What is that level of investment? Would that offset this? That is an opportunity, and that is the connection to the ASB, to the Interpretive Center. But I want to reiterate is that the Interpretive Center was done on its own merits, aligned with the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan. The ASP is aligned with the Economic Development Plan. So those two kind of play hand in hand, and they do have applications of coexisting, but it's the greater process, as Deputy Reeve McGee said, on where are we going, and understanding that application. So I hope I answered your question, Councillor Cunningham. One of the main reasons that we did refer and wait is because I believe there may be additional information that's required to make a decision. That was my understanding through the meeting within council. And I think that we need to defer that if additional information is going to be required. If we move forward with a business case, the new council is going to be the one that is actually going to be working on any work groups or anything within that business case. So because of the timing, we felt that from our understanding with council, and council has the ability to change this should they wish and want to move forward with it, that could be the motion. Our recommendation is done this way to understand there may be additional engagement that's required with council to explain the differences of all these different initiatives and how they work in unison or are separate on their own merits.
Any other discussion, questions? Councillor Phopes, please.
I'm curious to know where we're at with the geotechnical report, because we don't know if the building can go in the spot we all think it should go. So until that report is done, I'm just curious to where we are with it at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Great question. Geotechnicals are a very important aspect to this, but geotechnicals are more, let me go back to the feasibility. The feasibility talks about the opportunity. The geotechnicals would be in the business case or business plan that would talk about the exacts or the more precise aspects. So no geotechnicals were done. A overview of where the opportunity is all determined on the detailed plan, the architectural, those aspects that go in there that really tighten the opportunity and give us more information. For example, the geotechnicals, as we mentioned before, there are two sites that are considered. Through geotechnicals, they might suggest that this one will cost this much to mitigate, to put additional potential reinforcements to the facility to make sure that it's built appropriately and sustainable. This one may not require it. Or there may be another proposed site depending on what they find within those geotechnicals. Those are usually done at a later stage because you don't want to invest in the amount of money on geotechnicals if this is just really still a consideration and it's not something you intend to do.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So one of the options is to proceed with a business case. So I was looking over some of the information. We talk a lot about the Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group, which happened a few years ago. So I know one of their initiatives is encourage private sector opportunities that ensure a reasonable return on investment for the county. So is that a piece that that business case or plan would determine? Because I know we've had like a campground come, but to me, that's a big piece of it. We want to see that private sector business come to the county.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. The feasibility talked about partnership levels and really talked about the opportunity for partnership models. Sorry, I do apologize. When we look at funding strategies and that, the business case would narrow down those business strategies or those investment opportunities with conversations through engagement within council. We have to identify the level of risk and the level of investment that council is willing to put into the facility to understand where that next direction should be. We do not want to move forward, or would we suggest us moving forward with doing architectural drawings, do geotechnicals, without understanding who is actually going to be the owner of the facility, what type of partnership, what type of investment we'd like to move forward. A business case would articulate where those options are in more detail, which would give more information to council to say, this is exactly where we want to go. We're not moving forward unless it's by industry doing it completely, or if there's a partnership of through the 3 Ps that we showed, of there is a shared mutual investment of some nature. So there are a lot of opportunities, Councillor Cunningham, but when we go through them, the market at that time will dictate that, but the direction that council gives us puts us in the direction of where we put our effort. Should council not choose to move forward with this and wants this to be solely a private partnership or a single entity taking over that work, we would change our efforts, look at that level of investment, look at those opportunities to try and pull them into the county. So this is all to understand the feasibility, the opportunity, and what direction council would want to go. Our understanding is through the focus group is that this is something that they believe is wanted, as is indicated through the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, but there are a lot of decisions for council to make on who wants to do it, who wants to pay for it, what does the programming look for inside, if we want somebody else to build it, is it a lease agreement, does it come to a different area, because if someone else builds it, the chances of us telling what actually goes in there is significantly reduced or not at all. If we're the ones building it, we have control over the programming, we have control of what that facility is actually used for in the future. So those partnership models should say that in the business plan in a lot more detail. I want council to understand that grant funding is funding of immediate opportunity. And what I mean by that is a lot of the grant funding that is available through the province and federal government is very competitive. And as you look forward to these opportunities, if you do not have detailed plans and you have not looked through this progress, you are not considered, or you're reduced in value for consideration. So these plans, for example, if feasibility is high level, okay, it shows promise. Business case, it tells us what decisions we could make and what the level of risk is for the organization. That future direction from that would detail if we're doing anything at all and to what level and extent and level of effort. So we don't want to be out there for the community and spend $6 to $10 million on a facility that we haven't planned appropriately, manage the risks, or advise council of their options. This is to ensure that we're not wasting money, we're being very strategic and really reevaluating every step to make sure what we're doing has purpose, is fiscally responsible, and is an appropriate decision-making matrix, so we can actually get to a place where we know this is what we want and we feel comfortable with that decision as council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Penner, please.
I want to say thank you for that, explaining exactly what this detailed business case would possibly look like, or what we will ask for to identify what is needed. Like, we're not trying to push something through here at the end of, I'm at the end of my term. I'm not trying to push anything through here. I want the information to come back so that whoever sits in these chairs can make a good decision. So years ago, we put money aside into reserves and the GL account and that to do stuff like this, to make sure we do it correctly and really dig deep before we take on the next step. So thank you for just explaining what you just said. So.
Councillor Christie.
I appreciate the comment where you talked about federal and provincial money to go into this. As they talk about moving tourism out of the foothills to the central Alberta, they're doing everything but telling us how much money they want to put in. As they put more money in, they're going to want more control. The other part is we need a business plan to offer to them to be in that competition for that grant money. Because without the grant money, it's not viable for either us or them. We need community buy-in in that area to make sure we hit the mark of what they want. So whether it's a year-round facility or whatever the community would support. I'm thinking about the hall that I'm involved with in Trochu, where to start with, to get government money, it took a lot of work and a lot of money to get that project not shovel-ready, but investment-ready. And that's what this study would do, is to hit the mark, to try and because if we don't have something to propose, we're not in the grant application. Without the grant application, it can't happen.
Thank you for that. Councillor Whitstock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to see this area structure plan come forward, and I think it's important that we actually have an idea on what we're doing there, because once we have an idea of what we're doing there, it makes doing what we want to do a little bit easier. The structure plan will show if there's residential component, if there's an industrial component, if there's a commercial, if there's camping or what have you, but I can't see how we can build an interpretive center if we don't somehow build it to incorporate everything that's kind of going to be there and to promote everything that's kind of going to be there. So I think the area structure plan is probably the most important right now for me, but I just wanted to throw that in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm sitting here listening to the conversation and the discussion. And I understand from administration, and Mr. Gannon, you've said it a number of times, how that the two aspects of what we're considering at Horseshoe Canyon, the area structure plan and the interpretive center, can move together independent of each other. My read on the situation is they cannot. And the reason I say that is the understanding for why we might need something more than just a running water and a heated washroom space at Horseshoe Canyon requires a much bigger picture than maybe what we are presenting to our public. And so there's a lot of misunderstanding in terms of what council is planning to do. Reality is we're planning to talk, we're planning to plan. We haven't planned to spend any money other than money to plan. And so I run into people that say, is it $6 million? Is it $2 million? Is it $15 million? Is it $25 million? And so when you say to people, council has actually not put any money into a facility, just into planning, people still don't understand why we're spending that money and why we would spend that money. The conversation we're having today really does help with that understanding in terms of that business plan just moves us one step further in terms of our ability to decide either we're going forward or we're not. Reality is without that area structure plan, though, we don't have the bigger rationale for something in terms of a bigger center there. And I have to be honest, when we talk about what the residents of the area want, we need to also talk about what the residents of Kneehill County as a whole want. And they might be slightly at disagreement with each other. And so, to me, where we're sitting right now is, I think we're ahead of ourselves in terms of, we need that area structure plan to develop the rationale for why something bigger than what a washroom might look like. We need the ability to go to the people of Kneehill County and say to them, here's why we would consider doing something more than what washrooms might look like at the head of Horseshoe Canyon, and here's the bigger picture that we're talking about for that area. And so as I listen to council and I listen to the questions, you know, like, yeah, we're not gonna do geophysical work because we don't even know what that facility looks like or where we might locate it. We don't have the funding models in place for why we might spend X number of dollars or why. And so, to me, information is power, not only for us as council, but for our residents. And so, I think we just are at a place right now where we're talking about a number of things, and the area structure plan, to me, implies a much bigger vision for what might happen at Horseshoe Canyon than just an interpretive center. But that bigger vision is part of the argument or part of the rationale for why we might do something more at the head of the canyon or something less. And so the whole conversation around who might the partners be or where the funding might come from or whether it's all Kneehill County driven or whether it's a partnership or it's driven by somebody entirely different, private industry, we're way, way, way down the line from that at this point in time. And I do get, at our last meeting, we asked about funding and what potential funding partners are. And I realize that without the business case, it's pretty hard to find funding and funding partners or even to have a conversation with them. And when we made the motion to consider the concept 2, that was just to begin the conversation around where we might go going forward. Most people look at that decision and say, okay, you've decided to build that facility. We haven't. However, that gives us a point to start. My feeling is that at this point, I don't know if council or the people of Kneehill County have enough information to go forward. And so I have some really big concerns around what we might accomplish. And I understand, for myself, I understand what the business plan would accomplish, but I don't know that we've communicated that very well. And I don't know that the average person who lives in Kneehill County actually understands why we would do that and for what purpose. And so I think its onus is on us as council and Kneehill County administratively to develop the reasons and the rationale so we can present that to people and they can understand why we would take the next step, which is the business plan. Okay. I guess I'm looking for direction and other comments. So Councillor Cunningham, and then I'll come to you, Deputy Reeve McGee. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So I do understand the confusion that, I won't say average person, but I'll refer to them more as a ratepayer, but I understand the confusion. When I first got on council, I believe it was about $1 million that was in the forecasted budget, potentially for Horseshoe Canyon. Now, and I understand it's just forecasted, it's not approved, but now if our ratepayers look at that forecasted budget, it now sits at $6 million. So I do understand they're maybe thinking that we've moved ahead with that. I did make a motion to hold a plebiscite or referendum. Council chose not to do that. So I do feel the public feels that they don't have their voices heard within that. And I totally understand that for them. So I think that's why there is some confusion on why they look at this and go, how much further are we going with this? So, and one thing I just want to clarify, I know last time, August 26th, when we talked about this, it became a lot of a divisional type proposal. And for myself personally, representing Division 5, I just want to say that no matter where this proposed project was within Kneehill County, if it was out at the Ghost Pine, and that's where the Canyon was, if it was out at Keever's Lake, no matter where it was within Kneehill County, I would have the same questions. It doesn't matter to me where the location is within Kneehill County. My questions are always going to be the same. So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Deputy Reeve McGee, and thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham.
So it's my observation from the conversations I've had in the community that we're having here today and in the background leading up to today, we are losing touch for the purpose. We have a great strategic plan written out for Kneehill County in general sense, so that when every little detail comes up to our council members, we know what's grounding us and what to refer back to keep us that. To me, that's part of the problem here. We are changing the focus as a project goes, and the continuity, even from administration, council to staff, and then to our stakeholders, it's not existing depending on what part of the project we're talking about. And I think really what this screams is our house is not in order when it comes to this. And we need to address that first in order for us to build from there. If we don't have our roadmap out in a clear way for all of us around the table to understand why we're at, where we're at, and what the purpose of what we're doing is, then we're going down the wrong way and we're starting to react to details. And that's how I feel this particular item has been taken as. It's totally misunderstood and out of the scope of what we are actually ready for. So I actually really have two different motions here. I really like the recommended motion, and I'm not sure, I'll ask maybe Mr. Hogan, our CAO, to help me understand where's the best place to put a motion to defer, request that a full workshop on the full scope of Horseshoe Canyon, the reports and our plans of thus far are understood and a strategic plan is developed by council through conversations and workshops with administration and staff. So help me with what do I want to make as a motion for there that works for you?
Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair, thinking on that question, Deputy Reeve McGee, as I look at the material associated with Horseshoe Canyon already, so council has an approved master plan. Council has a strategic plan that promotes economic development. Council is undertaking an area structure plan for Horseshoe Canyon, so obviously that project is not completed, but at some point it will be. You have a vision contained within the master plan. You went through a process, this council did, during the feasibility study of determining what the purpose of this interpretive facility was, including discussions whether it was going to be a community hub, whether it was going to be more of an interpretive center as we traditionally think of them, or a mix of both or that. So there's a vision outlined in that was done by council through that. So those visions and those materials and those things like that already exist. And they're out there, they're approved by council, accepting the ASP, which of course is in progress. So I think if we're looking at reaffirming or educating, or whatever the word you want to apply to it is, those materials, that could be something that we do as part of the orientation with the upcoming council. And so if that's of course, when we're into the orientation, the area structure plan will not be complete. But that orientation can include what the purpose of that ASP is or what the vision of it might be. Right? So I think if that is something council wants to pursue, I believe our intent was to do part of that during, not the first day of orientation, but as part of the orientation process, right? If council really, we're looking at doing that anyway. If council wants to affirm that, then as part of the orientation process, I think you can place an update or a strategic plan. Strategic planning might not be the right word, but basically an update or a specific session on Horseshoe Canyon as part of orientation. And again, that wouldn't occur the first day, but orientation is a months-long process, so it would occur near the beginning of the council term.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but this conversation is over. I'm tabling this conversation until after our delegation at 10 o'clock, which is right now. So we're going to table any further conversation around the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center. We are going to take about a 2 or 3 minute break to allow our next delegation, the Drumheller Area Health Foundation, to get prepared and come forward to make their presentation. So Faye, as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah, I like that motion perfectly.
okay, then
Yeah.
just leave it there. Until we see the area structure plan, then
I'm not gonna leave it there.
And it'll turn red, and then when you're done,
okay, it's 10:03 and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And I am going to welcome an old friend of ours. Old as in we've known you for a while, as opposed to,
Thanks. Thank you.
as opposed to ancient in number of years.
Well, I feel like I've aged in this position.
Jackie Watts and Ashley Berlando. Ashley, I don't know that we've met you previously, but
No.
welcome here. I'm going to allow people to make some introductions, not needed for Jackie's sake, but certainly for you. And so I'm going to start with Councillor Whitstock, who's on video. So please, Councillor Whitstock.
Morning, Ashley. Good morning, Jackie. Thank you very much for coming. And Jackie, you would have to be related to Daryl, would you?
Have to be what?
related to Derek.
Related to Daryl? Orlando?
Oh, that'd be Ashley.
Ashley
Yes,
is-
Ashley.
Yes,
what I
that's my uncle.
meant. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
Okay,
Daryl.
now I got the connection. Thank you for coming.
Councillor Cunningham.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so I'm an area to the east, west, north, and south of Three Hills.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2. I'm in the Swalwell area, and thank you, ladies, for everything you do for that health authority. Health.
Hi, I'm Ken King. I represent the northeast part of Kneehill County. Welcome here.
Hi, I'm Faye McGee. I represent Division 1, which does come right up to the Drumheller Valley area, so.
Good morning, Carrie Folks, Division 4, so southwest corner.
So good morning, Wade Christie on the northwest corner. I have a couple daughters that are nurses, so I'm kind of passionate about this part. So.
Go ahead, Carolyn.
And I'm Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager, and missing right here is Mike Hogan, our CAO, and the two directors, Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure, and Kevin Ganning, Director of Community Services.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
All right, we got those out of the way, and Jerry's made connection in terms of how you're related to whom. So welcome here, and because we're streaming live and recording, just whenever you're speaking, whether it's yourself or Ms. Watts there, just make sure that the red light's on your microphone, and then we know you're live. And anytime you're ready, so please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and on behalf of the board of the Drumheller Health Foundation, we'd like to thank you for allowing us time to present this delegation to you. We're really thankful and appreciative. And my name is Ashley. I'm the administrative manager to the board of directors and just started about a year ago, so learning the ropes. All right, so AHS had come to us in March of this year with an exciting program aimed at addressing critical rural nursing shortages. And the program, oopsie daisies, is called the Grow Your Own Rural Nursing and Simulation Lab. So it's a partnership between the U of A and Alberta Health Services. It'll allow rural residents to receive their Bachelor of Science in Nursing in their rural location area. And they will take classes at the Drumheller Health Care Center. The first year will be online and in-person labs at the U of C infrequently. And then after that, there'll be community placements and everything will be done at the Drumheller Health Center. And this will require the simulation lab to be built at the hospital. We currently do not have one. And I kind of already went over that point. And the course duration can be condensed from a traditional 4-year program to a 3.25 or 3.5 based on how you structure your courses or if you're willing to take summer school. It will help reduce financial and family barriers to attending university in urban locations, as most undergraduate programs typically require. Sorry, technical difficulties here. It's not advancing them on your screen there. Are you guys okay with just me talking? I can't seem to.
Carolyn, are you able to advance it or not?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's gonna be irritating for you.
It's no problem.
Yeah, it's doing it fine on the laptop, but we're just on slide 3. I'll just keep talking to fill the silence here. So the overview of this program, we're in the central zone and we're the 3rd location to roll out. The first one was in Wainwright and it started in 2021. They just had their first round of graduates. And then the second one in Drayton Valley is set to start this fall. And they're cohort groups of 8 to 9 students. Thank you. And yeah, again, the main aim of this program is to reduce the nursing shortages in rural areas. And by training people in the communities they already are situated in, it will hopefully retain the staff better. They will have to sign a contract as well to retain in one of the 100-kilometer zone rural hospitals as well. And in the Wainwright and the Drayton Valley ones, they are 120 kilometers. Ours is roughly 100 just because of the proximity to Calgary for Bicycle and Strathmore and areas like that. But there is flexibility for locations that are kind of in between the areas with, like, that are outside of the 100-kilometer zone. Consideration will be given to them. And then, if you don't mind clicking for me, sorry. And the history, yeah, the first program was 2021, and they had just graduated, and this year will be Drayton Valley's. We're accepting at the Drumheller Health Center, starting October 1st, they are accepting applications for our program. And in Drayton Valley, they are starting their instruction this year. Ours will set in 2026 in the fall. And then you can click again, please. So a simulation program, ours will be a high fidelity lab. It will have mannequins that are computer driven, and they will be interactive and simulate an actual patient and an actual care environment. So they're quite different from other simulation labs throughout the province. It will require personnel, space, program evaluation, equipment, curriculum, and faculty development. And these are just a couple examples of simulation labs in Red Deer and Lac La Biche that they have already built. And in our space, they gave us 3 different schematics. This one was the one they decided on, and it was the most cost efficient to retrofit in the existing spaces that we have. It's just down from the cafeteria, and they will be putting 2 meeting rooms together, and they'll have two stations for the mannequins. They'll have a cleanup area, and they'll have a control room where the instructors can sit in and watch the exercises. And across the hall, they'll have a debriefing room where they'll meet after the courses are completed and talk about the exercises they just finished. And they'll also be building a student hub, kind of like a lounge for the students when they're not in their classes. Thanks. So where we fit into this is AHS didn't have it in the budget to retrofit this space. So they approached us to fund the retrofitting of the lab and creating the conference rooms into the sim lab. The quote is estimated to top out at $300,000 max. And then the University of Calgary will be responsible for all the equipment that will be in the space, and AHS will maintain and replace the equipment as it wears down or needs replacing. And some of the benefits to the Grow Your Own and simulation, it's a rural community focus. It's designed specifically for students living in rural Alberta, making the education more plausible and accessible to complete than traditional programs. It combines blended learning using a hybrid approach of online modules, in-person practical training, and clinical placements in local healthcare facilities. And again, this is all not just in the Drumheller Centre, but any of the 100 kilometers area around. And there is flexibility too, because of the shortages in all of these health centers, that they could go and be placed in the towns that they are from if they're traveling to our healthcare center for the instruction. And the partnership again is with AHS, and reduced barriers to education. It's such as travel and cost. Like, a lot of these people could either commute or get a carpool system together, or in some cases they could go back and forth to their home and back in the day. And you're also doing online courses, so there is a possibility you could do that without commuting for that entire first year. The local retention, by training nurses in their own communities, the program increases the likelihood of them staying and working, and again, they will have to sign some kind of agreement to stay in the areas after they're completed their education. It addresses nursing shortages. That's the main aim of this program. It improves access to healthcare by retaining these extra nurses in the rural environments. The program improves the access for services to the residents. Community development fosters a sense of communities and encourages local residents to pursue or even upgrade their careers in healthcare. And then the simulation lab has a lot of benefits with it as well. You can enhance your clinical skills. It provides a safe space for staff to practice procedures, refine their skill set, and gain proficiency in a controlled environment, improving patient safety and outcomes. Improves teamwork and communication. They allow the staff to practice their roles, communicate effectively, and coordinate their actions. Increase confidence. By providing the safe environment to practice and learn, the labs will help staff build confidence in their abilities, reducing anxiety and improving performance in real-life scenarios. And reduced errors and improved patient safety. Simulations will help staff identify and correct potential issues in the care process and environment, reducing the risk of errors and improving patient safety. It's support for specific groups. They can be tailored to support staff returning from absences or leaves, transitioning to new roles, or those seeking professional development opportunities. It's a cost-effective training method. They can be used to train staff more effectively and efficiently than traditional methods, reducing the time and costs associated with the traditional training programs. In interprofessional education, they facilitate collaboration, allowing staff from different disciplines to learn together and improve teamwork. And the biggest one that we think is a really good selling point to this entire program is a powerful community resource. It allows for training and use of other community groups such as the fire department, RCMP, and other healthcare centers in the 100-kilometer radius to book time at the facility when it's not being used for instruction purposes for the course, so it's accessible to everyone as well. So in summary, we strongly support this program, as does AHS. We think it'll benefit current and potential employees and residents of Drumheller and the surrounding areas. The creation of the lab, again, is $300,000. It's due by early 2027. This is a pretty big number, and we don't want to dip into any of our other funds. We want to keep supporting all the purchases that regularly come across our board meeting desk. So we're treating this as a separate fundraising initiative. There is a potential possibility for lab naming or the different spaces being named after people for levels of donor support. Local, municipal, and corporate support will help this program become a reality and positively impact our towns and the quality of health care that our residents can receive. So what we've started doing is going to every area in the 100-kilometer catchment zone and pitching this presentation. We're hoping to secure a $10,000 commitment from everyone that could serve to benefit from this facility and the residents as well. And we can send updates and pictures of the progress and let everyone know how it's going. And if it's not available in the budget, we're just happy to get out and spread awareness for this. If anyone knows anyone that would like to go back to school or increase their education, they could apply through the U of C online starting in October of this year. And it will not only benefit current and potential nursing applicants, but increase the quality of the healthcare offerings to all of our residents. And so some of the other things we're doing to try to gain some money: collection boxes at local realtors, like the Roundup, or $2 towards the Health Foundation on the purchases, potential funding or grants from municipalities and towns. We're going to approach corporate entities as well for funding and naming opportunities, partnering with restaurants to donate a certain percentage of sales on given days, and targeted fundraising letters for the smaller townships and hamlets. And yeah, thank you very much for allowing us to come here and pitch this to you guys. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from council regarding? Councillor Wittstock, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't know what the length of the training is. I see the Wainwright model said 3.25 to 3.5 years for training. When you decide to do the service agreements, do you have any idea how long you are going to ask for them to stay in the area? I mean, it's great that they don't have to actually practice in a specific hospital, but just be within 100 kilometers of the Drumheller hospital. So just wondering if there is some sort of idea on how long that service contract will last for.
I actually have asked the site manager a few times, and because this program is relatively new and each area, it's kind of adapted to that specific zone or location. They don't have it drawn up yet, and she didn't have details, but as soon as I find anything out, I can email you guys and let you know. So
thank you for the thank you for the answer.
Yeah, of course.
Other questions? Councillor Forbes.
You speak about who's going to pay for the equipment and stuff. The building, once it's up and running, who will be in charge of maintaining that?
Alberta Health Services as well, yes.
Thank you.
We made sure to ask that.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Penner, please.
I think this is awesome. I love hearing about having to sign an agreement, and hopefully it's for a few years, not just 12 months, but
Yeah, I'm
multiple.
sure it would be.
That would be great. The other thing I loved, part of your presentation here and hearing, is it's not just for the students, it's for existing staff to improve themselves and continue to learn and to train.
Exactly, and not just to our healthcare center, any of the surrounding areas as well.
Great, and that the accessibility for all community groups to continue to develop their knowledge and training, so.
Councillor Cunningham?
I love this idea. I liken it to Prairie College. They have the practical nurse program here. And what we've seen here is rather than people having to go to Red Deer, to Calgary to have that training, they're able to stay right here. And sometimes they might be a young mom or maybe a farm family or somebody that's not able to access that education away from home. So this is awesome. I love that. And this would be more of a U of A or C question, but I'm thinking that they probably could transition from that program into this program and still have that couple of years.
And they don't have we didn't get definite clear answers on that, but there are a lot of existing staff members that have their LPN that can transfer, and I would assume it would be like a traditional university. If you've had the first 2 years, you could fit in whatever prerequisites you need to finalize and upgrade that education, because there are people interested in doing that, so that will be available to people.
Right, for sure. And then I noticed like where you're trying to get the rural, but so let's say somebody that lives in Calgary, can they apply to the program if they come and live here? No.
No, they can't. Yeah, the aim is for people that are already situated and set up to give them those opportunities.
Yeah, so one clarification we asked for as well, because of our proximity to Calgary, it takes in that 100. But it's not a true 100. It's 100 to skirt past Strathmore because they can go. But when we get to the eastern borders, they're hoping to catch kind of that Youngstown area. North would be Dunelda in there into Stettler, so that increases the length. So it's not a true sphere. It's it's an odd shape to catch those rural
Uniquely
areas.
situated places.
To capture all the workers within the 4 hospitals that would be within the 100 kilometer.
Thank you for that clarification. So we're probably looking at Hannah, Stettler, Three Hills, Drum.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? I'm not seeing any, so Ms. Watts.
Also with when people apply, the threshold for grades would go down because you have to reside within this catchment area. So you don't need the 98th percentile like you might at UFC. That is going to be downgraded to make sure that they find the right people that want to apply to this program, that live here and want to live here.
Great. All right, I'm going to say thank you. Very much appreciate both of you being here, Ms. Watts and Ms. Berlando. We will be discussing this later in our meeting. You have given us lots to think about. This is the kind of programming that is very valuable, both from an employment standard for people who live in our area, but also from an economic point of view, because healthcare is critical to the economic development side of things too. If we don't have nurses, we don't have hospitals. If we don't have that in place, then people are less willing to come in our direction. So it's a great initiative. I very much enjoyed your presentation. So thank you for being here.
Thanks again for having us.
And
Have a good morning, you guys.
You will definitely hear back from us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to suggest that we have a recess. I'm going to say we're in recess till 10:30, so that gives you 6 minutes recess. right, it's 10:30, and so I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And we're going to return back to our conversation around the Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center, which we tabled temporarily to have the delegation presentation. So we'll lift that back up and go back to our conversation. At the point in time we were at, Deputy Reeve McGee, you were wanting to make a couple of motions, one of which is already included in our package, and the other I know has been addressed in the interim. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Yes, so I agree with the fact that we need an area structure plan, and that will help give us a lot of information that we need. And therefore, I'd like to have council, I make the motion that council direct administration to defer the development of Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center business case until after conclusion of the Horseshoe Canyon Area Structure Plan project.
Okay, so thank you for that. So we have a motion to direct administration to defer the development of a Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center business case until after the conclusion of the Horseshoe Canyon Area Structure Plan project. Is there any discussion, questions to the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Can you just clarify that for me? So when that comes back, obviously that would be a new council. So will that new council then be able to determine, depending on the cost, if that's something they want to go ahead with, or has the motion, I guess they could bring a notice of motion back, but.
We're not attaching any costs here.
Okay.
What we're actually doing is deferring the spending of money on the business case. We've already approved going forward with the area structure plan. So that is in process, and that is part of the piece of the puzzle that we're saying is missing and that we're asking for prior to going forward as far as the business case is concerned. So we're not authorizing additional funds be spent on the business case. We're not authorizing any money to be spent beyond the area structure plan, which is currently ongoing.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Mr. Hogan, maybe help me with that.
To you, Mr. Reeve, just to that end, would it make council more comfortable if you inserted some additional wording in there that basically indicated that council direct administration to defer the consideration of development of a Horseshoe Canyon interpretive plan? And then that would reinforce what you just said, Reeve King, I think.
Okay. So we're just adding the word, the consideration of the development. The words, I guess. So basically, that just means it comes back for council's consideration at the time. Deputy Reeve McGee, you're okay with that?
I'm good. Yep.
Okay, so the motion now reads that council direct administration to defer the consideration of development of a Horseshoe Canyon Interpretive Center business case until after the conclusion of the Horseshoe Canyon Area Structure Plan project. Any further questions, comments, or discussion? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Gannon. I appreciate your time here this morning. So there was some conversation around a session on Horseshoe Canyon as part of the orientation, and a larger conversation around the plans that have currently been developed. I see there's potentially a motion there, and Deputy Reeve, you were driving that conversation, so I'm asking if that suffices or whether there's something additional you need added.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to it a little bit more. This is a very complex portfolio, should you say. I'm not sure what's the right, correct word there. Where, you know, we have many different purposes that are all mixed together. One is just simply stewardship of that area. Others is a vision to have some opportunity for some revenue coming from there possibly is what some of the vision is. It's just very, very complex. And because of that, I think then sometimes the streamline of what we're thinking is getting lost, and that to feel more secure that council and administration are on the same page and that we are all going in the direction that council had in mind. I really would like to be sure, or has in mind, come the next term. I really think it's critical that we name this as a very big piece of what we ask to have happen at the orientation process and be part of the strategic plan process as well, as what I would like to add to that. So I would say that council direct administration to include a specific session on Horseshoe Canyon as part of the orientation process, as well as strategic planning for the upcoming term of council.
Okay, so the motion now reads that council direct administration to include a specific session on Horseshoe Canyon as part of the orientation process, as well as strategic planning for the upcoming term of council. Deputy Reeve McGee, that's your motion. You're okay with it as it is? Okay, so I'm going to ask the question, are there any comments, discussion, or questions related to the motion giving direction to administration? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to assume you're prepared for me to ask the question. All those in favor? And that looks like it's also carried unanimously. All right, thank you for that. So we are now at the point in our agenda where we are at 6.1, which is a conversation around annual tax cancellations. And of course, Ms. Nyman, you get to bring those to us. You have the dubious pleasure of bringing those. So welcome, and anytime you are ready.
Good morning. So these are the 2025 annual tax cancellations. And these are for the gas co-ops and the grants in place of taxes. So for the gas co-ops, in June 2016, Council approved Policy 1615, which directed the cancellation of taxes on gas co-ops operating within the border of Kneehill County. The tax amounts for the gas co-ops are brought forward to the Council annually for cancellation. For grants in place of taxes, properties belonging to the municipal government, properties belonging to the government of Alberta are exempt from municipal taxation. To account for this, municipalities are paid a grant in place of taxes on eligible properties within their boundaries. This is a discretionary grant program and not a tax payment. The county has one property that this applies to. In October 2019, the province reduced funding for the grants in place of taxes program and directed municipalities to issue normal tax bills for such properties. Municipalities would receive reimbursement of 50% of the eligible amount. Following this provincial change, the remaining tax bill has been brought forward to Council for annual cancellation. This has changed for this year to 75% reimbursement, so it's gone up. The total financial impact of the recommended cancellation is $4,059.94. And then just kind of have a breakdown there, and then the 25% that's left on that grant in place of taxes. So there's not really any financial and staffing implications, as this process is an existing component of our annual work plan. The council options today are to approve the cancellation of the taxes per policy 16-15, approve the cancellation of taxes per the provincial directive, approve the cancellation of taxes per policy 16-15 and the provincial directives, except for information. What I'm asking for today is two motions. One, that council approve the cancellation of $3,873.24 in the 2025 property taxes, and those are for the gas co-ops as per policy 16-15. And the second motion requested today is that council approve the cancellation of $186.70 in 2025 property taxes, which represents the portion not paid by the provincial grants and places taxes program. For follow-up, if this is approved, administration will take the necessary steps to cancel the tax amounts for the gas co-ops and for the roll here. So is there any questions on those ones?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nyman. So are there questions with regard to cancellation of taxes for the gas co-ops or the 25% cancellation of grants in place of taxes? Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion to approve the cancellation of $3,873.24 in the 2025 property taxes for gas co-ops as per policy 16-15.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Christie. So we do have a motion that we approve the cancellation of $3,873.24 in 2025 property taxes for gas co-ops as per policy 16-15. Any discussion or question, comment? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. One more motion to fulfill the request. Councillor Forbes.
I make the motion to council to approve the cancellation of $186.70 in the 2025 property tax, which represents the portion not paid by the province grants in place of tax programs for roll number 3021153300.
And thank you for that, Councillor Forbes. Okay, so we now have a motion to approve the cancellation of $186.70 in 2025 property taxes, which represent the portion not paid by the provincial grant in place of taxes program for roll number 30211533000. Any questions, discussion? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you for that, Ms. Nyman, but I see we're not letting you go anywhere as you now have additional 2025 property tax cancellations to bring to us. So at any time that you're ready, please.
Perfect, thank you. So yes, this is more property tax cancellations. So the first ones are for industrial account tax cancellation. So administration is proposing to cancel the 2025 tax levy for municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association. These assets will continue to be assessed annually until they are fully reclaimed. Once the wells are fully reclaimed, the tax rolls will become inactive. In 2024, the county canceled $68,252.28 in tax levies from wells turned over to the Orphan Well Association and or deemed uncollectible and applied for the provincial education requisition credit. The county received a credit of $5,712 for the uncollectible education property tax requisition. 15 of our municipal tax rolls were reclaimed. 3 ownership changes were made, which were put back into production. We have a residential account tax cancellation of the Torrington Post Office taxes. The Torrington Post Office signed a lease agreement with the county that applies from May 18th of 2021 to 2026. One condition of the lease is that the county is responsible for the property taxes on the property. It's not considered tax exempt because it's revenue generating, so that's why we brought it forward. I'm actually bringing 2 years. We brought it forward in 2023, but not in 2024 and 25, so that's why I'm asking for 2 years. Then we have another one of roll 282418230000, and this is a request to move the penalties applied to roll number 282418230000 for $737.94, and this is for a miscommunication that happened to some ratepayers with subdivision. The ratepayer subdivided a property and immediately sold one of the portions. They were advised by their counsel that the person purchasing the subdivision was responsible for all of the taxes and that they need to pay them by October. How the process works is when the subdivision is done in a year, they get assessed that year, and the new subdivision doesn't get taxed till the following year. With a lot of these situations, the legal team pays for the taxes and decides who pays what. So in this situation, it didn't happen, and they thought that the new subdivider thought that they were going to have something coming from the county of what they owed. We don't get notification from anything from the legal team in these kind of sales, so there wasn't anything here. So there was a lot of confusion, and this ratepayer came to try to pay, but he didn't have anything until this year because those taxes remain on the original portion of that property. So as soon as they found out what the error was, both parties paid the taxes. The person that was responsible for the taxes did pay on the other roll, and the person and the original subdivider paid up their taxes, but they were requesting that we bring it forward for consideration that we remove the penalties on it. So that's what that is.
So the penalty has been paid, they're just asking for forgiveness?
All the taxes have been paid.
But not the penalties?
Yeah, so they were very confused, and once we figured out the issue for them, they immediately came and paid what they needed to do. And now they're like the original subdivider is selling that portion. And they're just the penalties are left. So they were kind of requesting that be considered being removed for them. But yeah, so we brought that forward today. Oh, sorry, Teresa.
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to add one piece without whispering, is that the lawyer that was handling this situation was a lawyer from Airdrie, so they're not familiar with our processes and how we subdivide. So at the end of the day, the client had no recollection or no idea that these penalties were even going to be on their account. So we can see that potentially moving forward, we can put a note on a file if we know, but our system doesn't talk to the lawyers, and so we didn't know, and we feel for the people with this penalty on their file.
So is the lawyer prepared to pick up the penalties on our?
It sounds like no.
It's probably a solid no. Okay, so I see that you're looking for a number of motions to do these cancellations.
Yes, so I have three requested motions. The first requested motion is that we approve the that council approves the cancellation of $57,959.93 in property taxes related to the municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association and are affiliated with Tallahassee, Trident, Lexon, Cannon Oil, Gas. And the one municipal tax roll, that municipal tax roll is the Torrington Post Office. Then the second motion that I'm asking for is that council requests administration to submit an application under the Provincial Education Requisition Credit Program for the uncollectible education requisition and designated industrial property tax requisitions, so that we can apply for that and get some money back. And then the third motion that I'm asking for is if council approves the cancellation of tax penalties in the amount of $737.94 applied to roll number 2824182300 as per the request received and administration review of this file. If for follow-up, if council approves these motions, we will cancel the levies on municipal tax rolls and penalties listed above.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Nyman. Are there any questions regarding what's being requested here? If not, I would be looking for the motions to approve the cancellations and the application for the PERC credits as requested. Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, I would move the council approves the cancellation of $57,959.93 in the property taxes related to municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association and are affiliated with Tallahassee Exploration, Trident Exploration Alberta, Lexon Resources Limited, and Canyon Oil and Gas Corporation, and Municipal Tax Roll 500. Oh boy, I don't know how many zeros, but it ends in 22. Anyway,
I'll
it's
do
on
listed
the,
above
on
next
the
year.
thing.
Oh, come on, I want you to do all those zeros. Okay, so we do have a motion to approve the cancellation of that $57,959.93 in property taxes related to the municipal tax rolls that have been turned over to the Orphan Well Association and are affiliated with Tallahassee Exploration, Trident Exploration of Alberta, Lexon Resources Limited, and Canyon Oil and Gas Corporation, and the municipal tax roll that applies to the Torrington Post Office. Any questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just want to reiterate that we have been working for years to have this be a different situation. Just because it's down from millions of dollars to $57,000. We are not done advocating, just so people know that we are not happy with this. Our hands are tied, and this is just simply what needs to be done. This is a provincial matter that we have to keep at, and we plan to keep at.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion to the motion from Councillor Woodstock? Councillor Cunningham, please.
I just want to add to what Deputy Reeve said. I just want to say thank you to the Deputy Reeve for addressing Minister Jean at the last RMA convention. That was very well done, and hopefully that message will get through to the provincial government one way or the other.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham. Any further question, comment, or discussion before I call the question on the motion, which is to approve the cancellation of that $57,959.93? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next one would be related to the PERC credit, Provincial Education Requisition. Councillor Forbes, please.
I'd make the motion that council requests administration to submit an application under the Provincial Education Requisition Credit, PERC, program for the uncollected education requisition and designated industrial property tax requisition on the rolls as listed.
So only 11 long numbers there. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Forbes. We have a motion that requests administration to submit an application under the Provincial Education Requisition Credit, the PERC program for the uncollectible education requisition and designated industrial property tax requisitions on the rolls as listed. Any discussion? Not, all those in favor? And that is carried also unanimously. The last motion relates to the forgiveness of the penalties applied on the subdivision and miscommunication. Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council approve the cancellation of tax penalties in the amount of $737.94 applied to roll number 28241823000 as per the request received and administration's review.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to approve the cancellation of tax penalties in the amount of $737.94 that were applied to roll number 28241823000 as per the request received and based on administration's review. Any questions, discussion, comment related to the motion to cancel those taxes? Tax penalty, actually. Not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Since we have thank you, Ms. Nyman.
Thank you.
Please, before I go on, let me say thank you. Appreciate your attendance here this morning and the requests. Thank you. We have a delegation at 11, so I am going to say we're in recess for 4 minutes, which allows our delegation to prepare. And so it is 10:59, and I know I gave you till 11, but I'm going to call our meeting back to order as our delegation is here on behalf of Bornite Energy. Is it Buri or?
Joe Buri.
Buri?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome here, Joe. And before I get you to start your presentation, I'm going to ask council if they would introduce themselves to you. And Councillor Woodstock has just rejoined us. So Councillor Woodstock, if you would please, I'll get you to start.
Good morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3. That is the Acme Linden area. Thanks for coming this morning.
Good morning, thanks for coming. I shouldn't forget my name today. I think this is the third time, but thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, so an area to the east, west, north, and south of the town of Three Hills.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2. I'm in the Swalwell area.
Good morning, I'm Ken King, and I represent Division 7, which is the northeast portion of Kneehill County.
Hello, I'm Faye McKee. I represent Division 1. That's down in the southeast portion.
Good morning, Carrie Phillips, Division 4, southwest corner.
Good morning, Wade Christie, I'm Division 6, so I'm the northwest corner.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Good morning, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Carolyn Vanderkool. I'm the Legislative Services Manager here at Kneehill County.
Good morning, Kevin Cannon, Director of Community Services. Welcome, Joe.
Hi, good morning, Joe. Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
I would say you could relax, there won't be a test later. But it is kind of open book because everyone's name is in front of them, so welcome here. And if you would like to make your presentation, I'll just ask you to just push the button on your microphone so it's red, and then we stream live and record as well. So maybe perhaps... Can you hear me now? No. There you go.
Thank you.
Perhaps just introduce yourself and your company and then go ahead.
My name is Joe Burry. I'm the president and owner of a company called Bornite Energy. Bornite Energy started in 2020. We bought properties from Trident through the Pricewaterhouse receivership and made deals with Strathcona and Amber Resources to be able to move forward. Activated about 130 wells in Big Valley area in the Red Deer County and in the Kneehill County. I wanted to just, before I start talking about my properties, driving down here is very beautiful. You guys are taking very good care of this place. I love it. Thank you for that, and it's awesome. I activated 120 wells that were inactive, and they were gonna go into the OWA, and it would have costed our government probably about $20 million at least in reclamation and abandonment costs. And I thought I was doing really great, but then there are some punitive legislations. The government of Alberta applied a closure spending on wells that are inactive by a certain date. And then when the company activated those wells, they still applied those punitive costs against the company by the AER legislations that forced very difficult times for gas companies. The other difficult time for the gas companies were the very low prices. Like, to give you an example, on the weekend, the price was negative. And it's interesting because people know about, oh, it's very, very low price, forgetting that there is another 54 cents that you have to pay for transportation. So when the price is, let's say, 0 cents, like it was on the weekend, you still have to pay 54 cents to the transportation companies. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure that I pay my municipal taxes across the board, whether it is to Stettler County or Red Deer County or Kneehill County. I'm doing as much as I can to make sure that there are no delays on that, to make sure that you guys keep this place beautiful as is. The problem we have, or I have, is when there is a lump sum payments coming in and the price is low, we didn't make any money. So you mortgage your house, you try to deal with your wife, and you go back home and say, I mortgaged an additional amount, and you try not to sleep on the couch. So my intent, things are changing. We have the LNG plans coming up. We are doing some hedging, and that's going to help out quite a bit this year. So all I'm asking is something very simple, is I want to pay my bills. I arranged with Regina to start making payments as of January 1st, to complete the payments for both 2025 and 2026 by the end of 2026. Like, I have 1 year to make all the payments, and I'm asking for relief from the new penalties. I know there are older penalties that we get hit with. It was very, very tough 2 years. And all I'm asking is allowing me to do what I should be doing, pay my bills, and everybody is happy, and just relieve me from the future penalties for 2025 and 2026.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that and the request. Are there questions from council? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you for your real honest, excellent presentation. I really appreciated how you've presented yourself here. It's really nice to see. And I appreciate that your intention is to make good on everything, and that goes a long way. I just am interested to know, have you presented this to the other two municipalities at this time yet, or is that still coming?
Sorry?
So to Starland County and Red Deer County? Stettler, excuse me, Stettler County and Red Deer County, have you made the same presentation?
I already have an arrangement with the Red Deer County. I have an arrangement with the Stettler County. Everything went well. Thanks for that. I need to go back to the Stettler County to arrange for the 2025 taxes, which are due on the 28th of October. I have every year about $600,000 of municipal taxes, and I am honoring, like, I'm doing all I can to make sure everybody is good. The Stettler County, I think they're not as understanding sometimes to the situations, but they were pretty decent with me, and they accommodated what I was looking for.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there, Councillor Cunningham, please?
I'm just curious how many people you employ within Kneehill County, and then how many sites that you have within our borders.
I believe we have 8 roles or something like that, mostly pipelines. The documentation of what came to Bornite when we did the agreement with the court and with Pricewaterhouse. In the beginning, they didn't come. We were shocked to be told about very different from what we thought we were buying, and but we cleaned all that up very early, since in 2021. What really helped us we tied in all our wells, we activated a lot, all the gas plants. There were a lot of wells that were going to the Kiera gas plant, which is a long way. We put in pipelines. We spent every penny that we made when the prices were really good. I hope those prices will come back a little bit. I know, but we invested in the company. So it's not like we took money out and stuff, but I just hope that the government of Alberta will realize how punitive how unfair some of the legislations. They made me put up $560,000 last 3 months ago, or else they wouldn't allow me for general eligibility to be able to put pipeline in. And it's for wells that I already activated. So there are things that are unfair, and we are hoping that whoever is in charge will be doing their part and not drinking on the job. As simple as that.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
I had just asked about how many people you employed in Kneehill County, so just wondering.
I don't have, my gas plant is in Big Valley, and we run everything from Big Valley. For example, Bounty Developments, not Bounty, Ryan Smith from Bounty. He does a lot of my reclamation. We just finished about $150,000 worth of reclamation. He's the one who does all the work for me on that side. We have landowners, of course, that we pay quite a bit of money every year. The landowner fees every year is about $600,000. So when the price is low, that's not a good day for us, and it has been a very bad day for the last 2 years. So.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I'm going to say thank you very much for being here today. We will be considering your requests later on in our meeting, but first let me say I appreciate your willingness to come and chat with us, but also your openness to say I do want to pay my taxes. Very much appreciate that, and so thank you for being here this morning.
I thank you all.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on in our agenda to item 6.3, which is 2026 project pre-approvals. And welcome, Ms. Von Merbach. I think we've seen you recently. Welcome back.
Good morning, Council. Today I'm bringing forward 2026 project pre-approvals for Council's consideration. The proposal for 2026 pre-approval projects was initially presented to the Committee of the Whole at the September 16th meeting. The Committee of the Whole recommended that Council approve the proposed 2026 project pre-approvals as presented. I'm just going to go over the highlights of that presentation again before we put forward this for Council's consideration. So I'm going to outline the process behind determining that pre-approvals would be presented for consideration, as well as how they were selected, and then also which projects are actually being put forward for pre-approval. With a municipal election this year, the 2026 budget process will be delayed from its typical timeline, with full approval planned for early 2026 rather than in December. This delay will allow for council orientation activities to occur before budget presentations. Considering this delay, administration is bringing forward specific projects for pre-approval to ensure that critical projects planned for 2026 can move forward. Council has seen this approach previously, specifically with the capital equipment plan, and with the success of the early approval of the capital equipment plan in 2025 and the understanding of a delayed budget cycle for 2026, administration determined that this approach could be applied to specific projects this year to ensure that they can proceed as intended in 2026. So why are they being presented this year? Again, council administration typically plans for the budget to be approved in December, which gives staff a clear understanding of which projects and initiatives are going to be included in work plans for the year. Again, this year is an election year, and so that administration has planned for that delayed budget cycle to ensure councillors have had an opportunity to complete orientation before deliberating the budget. The challenge with a delayed budget cycle is the shortened lead time for projects, especially when they require request for proposals and have specific timelines for the work. This can delay planned projects to subsequent years, which in turn delays future projects as well. So bringing forward specific projects for pre-approval has multiple benefits. We aim at the county to be proactive in our infrastructure maintenance, and so by pre-approving projects that are related to that, we ensure that maintenance and replacements can proceed as planned. We also allow RFPs to be distributed in the fall, which secures pricing and allows for the scheduling of contractors where required. Also allows for grant funding to be applied for. Many grant programs are only open during the late fall. So by pre-approving the projects, that means the county can seek that grant funding to decrease the amount of reserve funding required to complete projects. Also, projects are typically fairly complex and require coordination with multiple departments and external entities. Pre-approval allows for those initial steps and groundwork for 2026 projects to be completed before the beginning of 2026. In addition, projects are either grant or reserve funded, which means pre-approval has no direct bearing on the 2026 tax rates. When we looked at how projects were going to be selected for pre-approval, administration followed our typical budget review process. We went through departments and finance reviewed and senior leadership reviewed. And when we looked at which projects might be considered for pre-approval, we asked things like, is the project going to be reserve or grant funded? If they're funded through those, again, they don't directly impact those tax rates. We also looked at time sensitivity. Could the delayed budget cycle affect the project's success or timing? We looked at the alignment with the capital plan. Has the projects been identified in prior capital forecasts? If not, what led to it becoming a 2026 project? We looked at procurement timelines, considering whether the delayed budget cycle might affect the ability to tender, award, or complete the project in 2026. Again, when we look at those, if we look at delaying those projects, then we might end up delaying future projects from future years, which ends up having a cascading effect into the future and can affect the maintenance of our existing assets. We looked at operational criticality. What would be the impact if the project didn't proceed as planned? And then we also looked at grant funding. So are there grant programs with application deadlines that would be unavailable if the project were approved during the delayed budget cycle? Then we looked at how on top of that, we also looked at how proposed projects align with our typical process. The review process for pre-approvals followed the same method of review of projects in any given year. Again, they were looked at by budget managers, looked at by finance, looked at by senior leadership, all before they ever went forward for council consideration. In addition, this pre-approval aligns with the council guidelines for the 2026 budget. They align with the council's strategic plan with their council goals of high quality infrastructure, levels of service, and economic resilience. They align with sustaining existing service levels. The projects focus on infrastructure and software critical to maintaining current service delivery. Looking at maintaining competitive tax rates. Projects are funded by reserves or grants, meaning their approvals do not directly affect tax rates. However, administration recognizes that reserve levels influence future taxation, so project planning accounts for the responsible use of funding sources. Again, that was one of the reasons why we looked at whether something was already on the project plan, whether that's something that we've previously accounted for upcoming in the future that's going to need to be done in any given year. The only one that we don't really align with is the review and recommend adjustments to service fees and rates as necessary. And the only reason the project pre-approvals doesn't necessarily align with that is because that's really a function of the operating budget and how we determine revenues for the county. Continuing to implement and monitor a proactive infrastructure renewal strategy. Again, many of the pre-approved projects relate to projects either initiated in 2025 or their replacement or maintenance of existing assets. And enhancing the stakeholder experience, ensuring critical infrastructure and supporting activities remain reliable and responsive to community needs aligns with that goal as well. To ensure clarity and accountability, each project for consideration of pre-approval has been identified with one or more of the following reasons. RFP timelines, meaning that the request for pre-approval relates to the intent to issue RFPs in the fall to secure contractors and pricing. Grant opportunity, that the request for pre-approval relates to potential grant funding, which would be unavailable if the project approval were delayed. And time sensitive, looking at the request for pre-approval is due to the time sensitivity of approval to ensure progress on the project can be made in late 2025 and early 2026. Next, I've got a listing of pre-approvals projects that are being put forward for consideration. Include Bridge File 13480 for $3,520,000. That one is one that is going to be anticipated to be funded majority through the STIP grant fund program. There's Hamlet infrastructure upgrades for $1,650,000. The Linden Road pavement overlay for $4,039,000. A culvert replacement on Township Road 304 for $1,430,000. The Rural Road Stabilization Program for $412,500. Major bridge maintenance for $242,000. The Gravel Purchase Program for $2,695,000. ERP implementation, which is our accounting software for internally used by the department, for $560,000. The Regional SCADA Master Plan for $220,000, which would be anticipated to be applied for grant funding to fund that one. And then the 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy and plan for $38,500. At the recent Committee of the Whole meeting, there were several questions regarding this last project for the 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy and plan. We're providing some additional information regarding the project to develop. So really what it is looking for is to develop a plan identifying what, for whom, and to whom the county should be targeting its advertising dollars for the largest impact. So we're really looking at providing best dollar for value for our dollar in terms of when we do marketing. That plan will guide the use of our money and staff time wisely so we get the most value for our advertising dollars. It will show we support local businesses and makes the county look welcoming to new ones by showing businesses and shopping opportunities. Also will give us a clear, targeted way to promote the county and our businesses, matching the right message to the right audience. And we make sure funding is steady and planned for, not random, fostering a multi-year outlook. This plan is a tool to help us share what Kneehill County has to offer, bring in new opportunities, and show real results for our residents and businesses. For businesses, it means that they know where to turn to for help, see that the county cares about their successes, and feel more confident about growing here. For council and the county, it means we can clearly show progress to our residents, build stronger partnerships, and make sure our economic development work matches the long-term goals of the community. And again, this is one that we put forward as a pre-approval because of a potential grant funding opportunity in the fall. If that grant funding opportunity hadn't been available, this would have been a project that would have actually waited until normal council approval. But because of that potential grant funding to offset some of the costs to the county, administration put it forward, included in the project pre-approvals. So with that, in the report itself, I've got that summary of projects, but I've actually also got Appendix A, which also details the funding source for each individual project, as well as the reason for pre-approval. And that's just a summary of everything that was included in the presentation from last week.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there questions for Ms. Von Merbach regarding the project pre-approvals for 2026? Councillor Phobes, please.
On the 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy, if you don't get grant funding to develop that plan, the money then goes to advertising alone. Is that correct?
So Mr. Gannon, please.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Phobes. The plan, if not approved with the grant funding, is that the county fund it. But our efforts are to always try to obtain grant funding. Should there be grant funding that comes available prior to implementation and prior to the contract being issued, we still have that opportunity as well. We're just aware of one grant opportunity that's available right now that will expire before it comes in front of council for consideration.
Did you have follow-up, Councillor Phobes? No? Okay. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have a follow-up to that question. About how much would that grant be for this budget? Would it recover a small portion or a large portion around estimations?
Thank you very much through the chair. Deputy Reeve McGee. The grant funding is usually determined on many factors, so I can't really give a determinate amount because it is determined by the grant funder. In relative understanding to some of the grants, it could be upwards of half the amount, but it all depends on the competition that's out there, for one thing, from my understanding, and also of the initiative itself. So those are all determined by the proponent who is offering the grant. So I'd love to give you an exact, we're just unsure at this time.
I knew you couldn't give an exact.
Okay, so I guess the question for us as council, based on the information that's been provided today, that whether we feel that specific project is of value regardless of whether we get grant money or not. So the potential is if we didn't get any grant opportunity, we would be spending $38,500 and for that specific project. Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. I just want to add on to the presentation with regards to the justification of this initiative. Council's economic development plan through the SWOT analysis, that the marketing strategy was mentioned several times within the document. This initiative we intended to actually bring forward last year, but we had capacity constraints within the department to be able to move forward with it. We wanted to see other things and other information come forward prior. But it is part of council's priorities, strategic priorities within the economic development plan, and it's actually part of the deliverables that are in the economic development plan pertaining to how we move forward. It does have an impact on all the other strategies we do. We'd have to evaluate the level of impact, but it was significantly identified through engagement, through the SWOT analysis, and in council's economic development plan. That is the main purpose for us bringing this forward. We do see an extreme value in it, but that document is our driving level of effort and opportunity to council.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion, questions, comment related to the 2026 project pre-approvals for projects? Councillor Christie.
Because the marketing strategy plan is very much focused on the businesses that we have and attraction of business, I think it's very important. I'd make the motion that council approve the 2026 project pre-approvals in the amount of $14,807,000 with funding sources as detailed in Appendix A.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Any discussion to the motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Yes, I understood from our conversation during the Committee of the Whole that we had two projects that were only, should we receive the grant, we would proceed with. Is that not correct? I understood the BF 13480 construction was one, and that the regional SCADA master plan was one. I would like to suggest that we add the 3 economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan to that as well. Looking for 50% of a grant there, or a grant, just a portion, I should say a portion.
Are you making a motion?
So I don't feel I'm just bringing to attention that I don't think our Appendix 1 outlines that as we discussed, and I think we need to take a peek at what the Appendix A looks like before I decide how I vote. If you could bring that back, I'm sorry.
So the Appendix A shows that the first project, BF Bridge File 13480, that $880,000 would come from road reserves and $22,640,000 from the STIP grant. And the regional SCADA master plan shows an ACP grant.
Right. Yes, that would be, I guess that would be what I'd be asking, is that we add that also then to the transition fund reserve would be only, do we have to put a dollar amount in there?
I would expect a motion,
Yeah.
please, if you're going to change
So-
the funding source. I would like to have a
Well,
motion.
I'm just articulating that I need to know if you need a dollar amount there, and if we want to have a conversation before I suggest such a thing, because, you know, I don't know. But yes, I would like an amendment.
And so what is your exact amendment then?
So that the transition fund reserve with 15,000 from grants.
So you're making a motion regarding the 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy and plan?
Right.
That it be funded by, you're saying a minimum of $15,000 of grant funding?
That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, and the
Yeah.
remaining $23,500 would come from the traditional fund reserve.
Yes, exactly.
You're putting that into a motion?
And I'm asking, yes.
So in order to action that, we need to have council approve that as an amendment. So
Okay. I'd like to make the motion to make that amendment, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeves. So I think council has two approaches that you can consider in doing this or considering this. One, the motion's been made, it's out there on the table, and it was to approve as per Schedule A. If council has unanimous consent to add that, then we can just alter the motion to include that it's contingent upon the funding sources outlined, and Schedule A would have that addition of the 15,000 in there. The other version is if you're going to make a formal motion, then that's a motion to amend a motion, right? So your first vote would actually be on whether you're going to make that amendment to Schedule A, and then the second one would be voting on the original motion that was made by Councillor Christie. So those are your paths forward. If council has unanimous consent to add the 15,000 contingency to Schedule A, which we would include in the minutes, then you don't necessarily need to go through the whole motion to amend a motion because you'd have unanimous consent.
Okay, and just for my justification, I believe, from what I've seen, our Economic Development Department has knocked it out of the park with a huge list of work that they have done. Huge kudos. They are very skilled, very talented. I believe most of the work that this project could do, they would be able to handle. This would just simply be bringing a formalization. I don't think it would stall us from moving forward. It brings it to a formal position, which I respect and like, but I don't think it needs to be the priority when we have such talented staff that can feed this same outcome very well. I know from the training that I've been part of, they have ideas that are outstanding, and I can't wait to hear I just think we're selling them short by thinking we need to have this.
Okay, so I'm still not sure of the direction you're going. Are you asking that we remove this? You asking that we change this? What are you specifically asking? Because
My motion is that we only approve the 3-year economic development tourism plan if we do get a grant at a minimum of, the dollar figures is at 15,000.
Okay, so I guess my first question to council is council willing as a group to have that amendment without a formal vote? Councillor Christie.
I prefer it as a separate vote, and I don't want to put a dollar value with it because the grant is unpredictable. We don't know what that dollar value would be.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Penner.
I'm 100% with Councillor Christie here. I don't want this halted, and that's why we do have reserves. 4 times like this when they identify something and then they wouldn't bring it forward if they didn't think there was a good chance that we might get the grant. So economic development in the county here has come a long way in the last little while, and I'd like to see it continue, and because this is working with existing businesses, and so yeah.
Other councillors comment? Councillor Whitstock, thoughts?
Economic development is something that we've really been looking forward to working together with all of our residents, all of our businesses. And basically, we have to keep an eye on economic development because we have to bring in more revenue into the county somehow. You can see the oil and gas industry is struggling, and the government programs are trying to keep them from struggling. So as far as I'm concerned, economic development is huge. I don't want to, I think if we don't get a grant, we should fund it. I think it's important to our department, it's important to our community, it's important to us as Kneehill County. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Forbes or Cunningham, any comment? Okay, so I don't think we have unanimous consent for the amendment, so Deputy McGee, your motion would be that council amend Appendix A to have the 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan to only proceed if Kneehill County receives a grant. Are you going to put a specific amount on Are you putting a specific
No,
amount?
we can take the amount out. I see the point there. That just receives a grant of any level.
So your motion would read that council amend Appendix A, where the 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan would only proceed if Kneehill County receives a grant to partially fund or grant at any level. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Carolyn.
Okay, so I am sure that we all know what we're talking about. I'm gonna, the motion is by Deputy Reeve McGee, that council amend Appendix A, where, I'll come to you in just a second, Mr. Hogan, if you don't, or do you want to comment before I read this motion?
Through the Reeve, sorry, just as we're doing the motion here, no, I think I was going to comment that there might be some additional wording because we don't want to, we're looking at pre-approvals, right? So I wanted to just review the wording quickly to ensure that we're not completely terminating a project if we don't get grant funding, but we are only looking at pre-approvals. So if we didn't get the grant funding, we wouldn't have pre-approval to do that. That doesn't prohibit council from considering it later. So I think I needed a moment to just think through that, so I think we're okay.
So my suggestion would be between the and 3, where the pre-approval of the 3-year economic development and tourism. Between the, okay, yep, fine.
Thank you.
Of the 3-year economic, so that would then just be the pre-approval, that would be dependent on the grant. And if the grant wasn't received and you want to come back in a budget conversation later to request, in my mind, that would mean this potentially would come back in a budget conversation.
Through the Reeve, yes, and just as I'm looking through it, Appendix A, which we will include in the minutes to show exactly what was approved. Appendix A is titled Pre-Approval Projects, so I think it's covered.
Yes, and that's my point. I was reluctant to say, sorry.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Apologies, Reeve. I did not speak about how I do see this as not said or done if we say no today to this. This still is a chance for us to bring it back through budget. I just feel as though this is not the time to make it pre-approval no matter what. I think there needs to be more discussion and more information on exactly what the strategy plan is, should we not get money to help us do that.
Okay, we don't have a plan because that's what this particular item is to approve. And so then the question would be, at this point in time, we're pre-approving if we receive a grant. If we don't receive a grant, then the opportunity is that it would come back in the budget conversation. And then we would have a conversation about whether we want to approve it and the full expenditure.
Yes, I'm not suggesting you're approving a plan. We're approving making a plan.
Okay. Good enough. So I'm going to read the motion. The motion is that council amend Appendix A, where the pre-approval of the 3-year economic development and tourism strategy plan only proceeds if Kneehill County receives a grant at any level. So we're talking about the pre-approval, and it only proceeds if there's a grant opportunity, actually funding received. Deputy Reeve McGee?
I think you brought up the point that we don't quite have the wording right there. Because economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan, that's not what we're approving. We're approving developing one, correct?
So again, I'm going to put words in your mouth, Deputy Reeve McGee. So, Ms. Vanderkool, if you would please, between the and 3 again, add pre-approval of the development of a 3-year, there we go.
Yes.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
That is
I'm putting words in your mouth.
No, you're not. You heard my words, you just put them where they belong. That's exactly what it needs to say. It was incorrectly worded even before. So that's great. Thank you for bringing that emphasis when you...
Okay. Now I'm going to read the motion again. Moved by Deputy Reeve McGee that council amend Appendix A where the pre-approval of the development of a 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan only proceeds if Kneehill County receives a grant at any level. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I don't like the word only proceeds because I don't want to eliminate the chance for you to come forward.
Only proceeds as a pre-approval, so we're only
Okay.
talking pre-approvals at this point.
Only proceeds as a pre-approval maybe would be a better way of putting it though, because I want to be clear that I'm not saying no to the project. I'm saying no to it being pre-approved without a little bit of help.
Councillor Whitstock, please.
It's a question, I'm not sure to who, probably, let's take it to the CAO and then he can point his finger at somebody. But what's the urgency to this program?
Mr. Hogan, please.
Through the chair, one of the, I guess when you ask what the urgency is to this program, it really is to try and access some of the grant funding. And if we don't do that, and council is comfortable that, if council's comfort level is not to do that and to bring it back as part of budget deliberations, that can be done. Right now, we're looking at having some approval on the books so that we have a means to apply for grant funding. Now, that grant funding that we're looking at we've actually done really well on accessing that grant in the past. But we wouldn't even hear back on that grant until February or March, but the pre-approval allows us to get that application in. If we don't get that application in, then we risk not being able to go forward with that, we risk not being able to access that grant fund. Those are some of the same, it's the same grant fund that council has seen economic development come in the past. Our estimate this past in 2025 this year, that our economic development department has accessed almost $175,000 in grant funding. So we have a good success record of accessing these things, or at least that the department does. So we do run a risk of not approving it, but if council's comfort level is there, then or is not there, then we can push it, but we might miss that window. One of the things that I will put in there is in this motion, understand that this is an amending motion. So this is not your final motion. This is simply a motion to amend a different motion. So when we're looking at the wording and stuff like that, we don't need, or I feel or recommend, we don't need to get too deep into all of the wording in here because this isn't the final vote. Is the motion that Councillor Christie made is the one on the table. You didn't have unanimous consent as a council to alter that motion. So now you're discussing what the amendment you want to make is. So Councillor Christie's motion was to amend, or sorry, to provide pre-approval to the list in Schedule A. And so this motion essentially is amending Schedule A as referenced in Councillor Christie's motion. You won't see the number in there because we haven't applied the numbers yet. That'll happen in the minutes, right? But so as we work through this, understand that your purpose under this motion is to amend a motion that's already on the floor. It's not the final vote on the pre-approvals.
Councillor Whitstock.
Well, I think it sounds like a catch-22 to me, if I can just say for what Mr. Hogan was saying, because if we don't put it in a pre-approval, the chances of getting a grant are diminished. If we do put it in a pre-approval, then the grant could be there and then that project could go forward. So if we take this project out and kind of diminish of our opportunity to get a grant, then the chances are it's all going to be paid through the county or budgeted through the county. So mean, I keep bouncing back and forth on which way I want to vote on this motion. But as far as I can tell, if we don't put it in the pre-approved, the chances of getting a grant diminish. So now I know. Thank you very much, Mr. Hogan, I think.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just want to clarify, Councillor Woodstock, that this motion is requesting the original motion to be amended, that pre-approval would be only if we can have a grant. If the grant doesn't come through, then I want it to come back in another process. So with I'm asking for a pre-approval, absolutely, just with the contingency that there's a grant applied to it as well.
Okay, we are talking an amendment to the original motion. Councillor Woodstock, please.
Okay, so what I'm hearing Deputy Reeve McGee say that we're not taking it out of our pre-approvals, but, okay.
It's
So,
conditional.
Ultimately, what's being said here, the original motion is to pre-approve all of these projects, but if we, I'm kind of confused here, because if it isn't a pre-approval, then it is a pre-approval. If there's conditions on the pre-approval, I don't understand how that works.
Okay, so let me clarify. What Deputy Reeve McGee is asking for is a similar condition to what would happen on Bridge File 13480, which would be conditional on receiving STIP funding. So we have in that project currently, we have a project budget of $3,520,000, and we're planning to spend $880,000 of Kneehill County Road Reserve money and applying for $2,640,000 of STIP grant funding. If we didn't receive the STIP grant funding, it would not go forward. What Deputy Reeve McGee is asking for and didn't get complete agreement is that the Economic Development and Tourism Marketing Strategy Plan also be conditional on some portion of it being grant funded, and that condition applies to the pre-approval. So the $38,500 in that particular project would only move forward as a pre-approval if Kneehill County receives some level of grant funding toward it. So it's still a pre-approval, it's now conditional on grant funding of some level.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Clear as mud.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, an amendment motion to say that council amend Appendix A. We also have another motion on the floor previous to this. Council amend Appendix A, where the pre-approval of the development of a 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan only proceed if Kneehill County receives a grant at any level. And I hate the word, but okay.
I agree, I think it's word 2,
Okay,
but I
so,
can't come up with a better one.
if Deputy Reeve would give me the liberty, I'm gonna just amend your wording a little bit, if you don't mind. So behind strategy plan, Ms. Vanderkool, can we just say conditional on Kneehill County receiving grant funding?
I like that, thank you.
Conditional on Kneehill County. No, conditional on Kneehill County receiving grant funding.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Penner.
My question is, if you're doing an amendment to a motion, does it have to be unanimous consent? For it to
No,
go through?
majority. An
Majority.
amendment has to pass by a majority.
Thank you.
just like a motion would pass by simple majority. Okay, now we got it clear. Everybody understands where we're going? So this is an amending motion to Councillor Christie's motion that council amend Appendix A where the pre-approval of the development of a 3-year economic development and tourism marketing strategy plan be conditional on Kneehill County receiving grant funding. So we're just missing one word between conditional right there, B. Yeah. You okay with that?
It's perfect.
Everybody clear on what we're voting on? So what we're amending is the condition by which we would approve the 3-year marketing plan as a pre-approval. Councillor Penner, please.
I will be voting against this. I understand what you're saying here. To me, I'm very confused here because we as a council, what I've heard from mostly is we know the benefits of economic development. And so I'm just wondering why it would get stalled, like whether we get a grant or not. So sorry, that's my thoughts here, and I will be voting against this amendment. I don't think it is necessary.
Okay, any other question, comment, or discussion to the motion? If not, I'm going to call the question on that council amend Appendix A where the pre-approval of the development of a 3-year economic development and tourism market strategy plan be conditional on Kneehill County receiving grant funding. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated. So we go back to the original motion, which is that council approve the 2026 project pre-approvals in the amount of $14,807,000 with funding sources as detailed in Appendix A. Any discussion to the motion? Mr. Hogan, please.
So through Mr. Reeve, just for council's clarity, our intent around that item that we just talked about, that marketing strategy and plan, our intent is still to apply for the grant. The reality is that we're not going to hear back from that grant until into the new year. It just gives us the footing to make the application. So in terms of timing of that project, its pre-approval doesn't mean that that project is going to go out for RFD tomorrow or anything like that. It's giving us the footing to apply for the grant. The grant, we're not going to hear back until into the new year, but at least we get the application in there with an approval. So just wanted to provide that clarity for council.
Any further discussion? The motion is that council approve the 2026 project pre-approvals in the amount of $14,807,000 with funding sources as detailed in Appendix A. Any further question, comment, or discussion? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. All right. Thank you, Ms. Von Merbach, for being here and helping us out this morning. Appreciate your presence here. Thank you. All right. I don't believe I've seen lunch. Okay, so, Mr. McNair, I am going to delay your presentation till after lunch. So we are in recess, and I'm going to say till 12:45. So we're in recess for lunch. Thank you. And my apologies. We'll look forward to seeing you after lunch. Okay, it's 12:46 and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is the 2026 Capital Equipment Plan. And welcome, Mr. McNair. And anytime you're ready.
Yeah, so I'm here today to present the capital equipment plan. This RFD is a summary of the capital equipment plan as presented to committee of the whole. I'm going to focus on life cycle costs, being that it was a new concept presented to council. And then we'll look at the proposed budget, and council can ask any questions about specific items, and then you can make a decision. So the presentation outlined how assets are evaluated using life cycle schedules, risk assessments, and condition reviews. How annual reserve contributions are calculated based on life cycle costs, and how these decisions support long-term funding strategies. One of the key themes from the 2026 capital equipment plan presentation is that life cycle cost is a balance between depreciation and maintenance. As assets age, excuse me, as assets age, depreciation expense declines because most of the value has already been consumed. But maintenance costs rise as equipment becomes less reliable and requires more frequent repairs. Replacing assets too early can mean the county pays high depreciation without fully utilizing the asset's useful life. Replacing too late, however, results in escalating maintenance costs, increased downtime, and a higher risk of operational failure. So this graph shows annual maintenance and depreciation change over time. It shows the point in time where sale of an asset is most cost effective while it still retains some value and before maintenance costs increase. And I want to highlight the first example here from our 2026 planning process. We have a medium duty truck with 130,000 kilometers on it, and it's been in service for 10 years. These trucks are typically replaced at 200,000 kilometers, and at 10 years in time, most of the depreciation of that truck is already gone, and the depreciation curve flattens out. So it's actually advantageous to keep that truck over 10 years as long as it's in good condition and there isn't a major risk of failure. So in this example, we decided to keep that truck and operate it to 11 years. And then next year, we'll do another condition assessment to see what kind of shape it's in, and maybe it can even be operated to year 12. And again, that depreciation curve is flattened out because we're already 10 years old. And so we can keep operating over a longer period of time. And then I just want to flip over to an additional example here. Oh, can you switch it to my screen, please? Thank you. So this compares two life cycle scenarios of the same vehicle. So this is a light duty vehicle. The first scenario, we operate the vehicle for 5 years and 100,000 kilometers. At the end of that 5 years, the vehicle is sold for about half its value, $37,500, and a moderate maintenance expense of about $11,000. And so if we look at the cost per kilometer, which is the true metric we use for total life cycle cost, it's 49 cents a kilometer. Now, if we look at scenario 2, the same vehicle is operated for 10 years and 200,000 kilometers. The value of that asset at the end of 10 years is about $11,000. If we look at the maintenance cost, it's $42,000. And so even though it's only double the time and double the amount of kilometers, the maintenance cost is actually quadruple that of the 5-year scenario. And then the overall cost or cost per kilometer is 53 cents a kilometer. That being said, this data, I looked at vehicles that we had disposed, and these are vehicles with moderate maintenance events that you would expect to see within 200,000 kilometers. If we had a failure of an engine or a transmission, you can expect that maintenance cost to be closer to 60,000, and that disparity between cost per kilometer would increase quite a bit. So this is even with moderate examples. That's not to say if you operate a piece of equipment or a truck perfectly and it turns out to be a good vehicle, you might actually get cheaper per kilometer over 200,000 kilometers. But when we look at 18 assets on average, you're going to have some major failures. So the initial scenario one approach is preferred. So I'm going to move on to the proposed budget, $5,256,000. And if there's any specific questions about the assets.
Currently, I'm not seeing any, so I think,
So we can move on to the proposed motions.
everybody's good? No one has specific questions at this point? I think we're fine to go ahead then, Mr. McNair.
So we have two recommended motions. The first is that council approve a draw of $5,256,000 from the capital equipment reserve to fund the 2026 capital equipment plan purchases, including down payments made prior to January 1st, 2026 as required. And the second motion is that council considers contributions of $3,600,000 to the capital equipment plan reserve during 2026 operating budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I go back to it. Are there any questions related to what's being proposed here, that we approve a draw of $5,256,000 to fund the capital equipment plan purchases, and the second one of the contribution of $3,600,000 to the capital equipment plan reserve? Deputy Reeve McGee.
First, I just want to say thank you for the excellent presentation. I really appreciate the chart that you gave. It really helps us articulate why we have the schedule we have. Often we're asked, why do I have vehicles replaced so fast? Now that's really a clear way to explain it, and I really appreciate that extra work that you've done to articulate that so well. Having said that, I am very confident in all of what you have put forward for the capital equipment plan, and I would like to make the motion that council approve a draw of $5,256,000 from capital equipment reserve to fund the 2026 capital equipment plan purchases, including down payments made prior to January 1st of 2026 as required.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Reeve McGee. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the draw of $5,256,000 from the capital equipment reserve to fund the 2026 capital equipment plan purchases, including down payments made prior to January 1st, 2026 as required. Any discussion to the motion to approve? Councillor Cunningham.
So, Mr. McNair, I want to thank you so much for this presentation. You do it in a way that makes it easy to understand, so I really want to let you know that I appreciate your work. For me, council voted at the end of the July not to include a policy on municipal vehicle use within the realm of our governance. So I'm told as a councillor, I'm not privy to the administrative procedures of municipal vehicle use, so I'm going to have to be a no on approving the 2026 capital equipment plan for those reasons.
Okay, any other discussion? I'm not seeing any, so the motion is that we approve a draw of $5,256,000 from the capital equipment reserve to fund the 2026 capital equipment plan purchases, including down payments made prior to January 1st of 2026 as required. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. All right. There's a secondary motion there, if someone cares to make that, regarding contribution to the capital equipment plan in, Councillor Woodstock, please.
I would move the council considers contributions of $3,600,000 to the capital equipment plan reserve during the 2026 operating budget deliberations.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Woodstock. So the motion is that council considers contributions of $3,600,000 to the capital equipment plan reserve during the 2026 operating budget deliberations. Okay, a motion to consider during budget deliberations. Any discussion, questions, or comment related to the motion? Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. Means you're prepared for the question. Mr. Hogan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to provide any clarity, if council needs it, 3.6 million is the same amount that was in budget, has been in budget previously, so that does not represent an increase. The second one, the way that you've got this motion is that you're putting it in the budget, in the draft budget for consideration, so it is not a full approval of that amount. It is simply directing us to put in that budget to maintain that funding level as has been done in previous years. That number can still be debated and deliberated on during budget discussions.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Cunningham, please.
Sorry, yes, I'm speaking. He read my mind. Because of the word consider, that's what I just wanted to make sure with the next council. Maybe they choose to put it at 5 million. So I just wanted to know that they had the ability to alter that if they so choose. So thank you. You totally answered my question.
All right. Appreciate the clarification. Any further discussion, question, or comment? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that looks like it's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. McNair. Appreciate your time and presence here today with us. All right. We're not going to chase you away just yet because I believe you have something else for us. So 6.5, which is the Ron Gore Memorial Arena main boiler replacements. And again, Mr. McNair, welcome. And anytime you are ready.
So this RFD is for a budget increase to the RGMA main boiler replacements. So the RGMA relies on 2 aging boilers for space heating and domestic hot water installed in 2007. These boilers have a typical life cycle of 10 to 25 years. In winter 2025, the Facilities Department determined that both units required immediate replacement due to repeated failures, poor condition, and discontinued parts availability. And then we're just gonna skip down to discussions. So the replacement will ensure continued reliable heating and domestic hot water for the 25-26 winter season and beyond. The project was originally budgeted at $132,000 and approved by council on August 26. However, the contractor whose quote was used to establish this budget did not submit a formal proposal. As a result, the winning bid was $144,193. And so to ensure sufficient contingency and unforeseen project costs, administration recommends including a 10% contingency, bringing the revised total project budget request to $159,000. And so the options are to approve the budget increase so the project can complete it in fall 2025, or defer the project to the 2026 budget year. And the recommended motion is that council increase budget for the Ron Gore Memorial Arena main boiler replacement project from $132,000 to $159,000, funded by the Building Capital Replacement Reserve.
Okay, thank you for that. Conversation, questions, discussion? Councillor Christie.
Curiosity with the age of the boilers that are in there, is there any grants or incentive from the government to upgrade to more efficient equipment?
Through the chair, I'm unaware of any current grants and unlikely would be eligible just because of the tight timeline we're working with.
Any other questions? So I just have one, I guess, process question. So when the initial RFD was developed, we had talked to a possible provider of the boilers, and they had given us a ballpark in which we would be looking at, and then they chose not to go forward with the quote. Just, does that happen fairly frequently or not? Is that not that common?
Through the chair, that's not very common, but because of the tight turnaround, I guess it's not entirely surprising that that could happen. The contractor may have come across a more lucrative job or become too busy. But as far as we were concerned, they were going to bid on the project, and we were very much hoping for that. So it was yeah, not a good situation.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so what's the wish of council? We have a request to increase that budget, and that would therefore allow us to get at it and get both boilers replaced. Councillor Christie. Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to increase the budget for the Ron Gore Memorial Arena main boiler that just left me. To increase the budget for Ron Gore Memorial Arena main boiler replacement project from $132,000 to $159,000, funded by the Building Capital Reserve, Replacement Reserve.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Cunningham, or Councillor Christie. I did that before, didn't I? I'm sorry. Yeah, that council increased the budget for the Ron Gore Memorial Arena boiler replacement project from $132,000 to $159,000, funded from the Buildings Capital Replacement Reserve. Okay, discussion, questions, or comment related to the motion that's before us to increase the budget? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. All right, thank you, Mr. McNair. Appreciate your time and your patience and the fact that you're here to present. Thank you. The next item in our agenda would be 7.1, which is Trochu Housing Corporation funding request. And Mr. Hogan, I believe you have this one.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council, this is the follow-up on a delegation that appeared before council a short while ago. So at that delegation, representatives of the Trochu Housing Corporation appeared before council to give an update on their project, as well as to make a funding request that would be put towards basically FF&E, so furniture, equipment, those sorts of items that go into the building. So as part of their campaign, they were looking to raise approximately $2 million. They made a request that the county provide $750,000 towards this purpose. Administration was directed to go back and look at a potential funding source for a contribution of approximately $300,000. So having done that, we have administration's recommendation is that should council choose to provide funding in 300,000 or really in any amount, that we look to the contingency reserve to do that. The contingency reserve currently has just over 1.3 million, let's say just shy of $1.4 million in it. Now, one note on that number is that with pre-approvals that council has put through, that number is lowered now, and I'll get that exact number to council in a moment. I've just got to bring up my notes here. But that there is still enough to cover off 300,000 or the request of 750, should council wish to go that high or any number in between.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hogan. Discussion, comments, questions? Mr. Hogan, please.
So again, my apologies. I found my notes now. The unallocated funding remaining in that reserve is 828,226.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion, Councillor Christie.
If there's no discussion, I'd make the motion that that the council grant Trochu Housing Corporation 300,000 for the purpose of purchasing furniture and equipment to be funded from the contingency reserve.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we have a motion that we grant the Trochu Housing Corporation the 300,000 for the purposes of purchasing furniture and equipment to be funded from the contingency reserve. Discussion related to the motion or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Does that mean we're prepared for the question? Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, sorry. I think that's carried unanimously, so. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I counted that correctly. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. The next item on our agenda is 7.2, which is the Kneehill County Governance Model. And again, Mr. Hogan, I believe this one's yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve. The Kneehill County Governance Model, or the proposed draft that's in front of council, is the reworked, I say reworked, version of the document that appeared before council a short while ago. As council will recall, we brought that for you for a review of the content to make sure it was a direction that council wanted to look at and to go forward with. So we've made some wording changes from that. We've done some of the graphic design to make it a bit more visually appealing than a solid wall of text. And as well as made reference in there to some of the other related documents, whether that's the procedural bylaw, the communications policy, those sorts of things. So to go back to the purpose of this, the governance model was looked at by council as a way of codifying or putting practices into place that are based on good governance principles, based on some of the learnings and teachings that we've had from individuals like Mr. George Cuff, and putting those into a document that could be seen by future members of council, by current and future members of administration, by the public, indicating how does Kneehill County govern. So how do items get to the council agenda? How are decisions made? What are the practices that we want to go through as council and staff to move things forward? Or how do we do, overarchingly, how do we do business at Kneehill County for the betterment in a way that any member of the council, public administration can pick up and see and read. So, as I said, we've made some of the adjustments, or made the adjustments from the previous discussion. We've added in some elements like the graphic design, references to policies, found a couple wording clarities to make. And what we're putting forward to you is what we believe is the final draft of the governance model for council's consideration. The question I'd have from council at this point, what I've just presented kind of covers off the RFD. Does council want me to go through the document itself or to just take questions at this point?
Okay, is there any questions or comment? Councillor Phopes, please.
When I was reading this again, from the perspective of governance, we're told we have one employee, so having the wording around administration is a bit of a struggle for me, because it really is, you're my one employee. So I can't really technically go into the back and have a conversation with anyone, so I would prefer to see some of those administration words taken out and replaced with CAO.
Any comment, Mr. Hogan?
This is through you, Mr. Reid, my only comment to that is we do, the term of use as administration as an entity within the county is a commonly used term. It is true the CAO is council's only employee. When we worded the governance document, because administration is a commonly used term, we are indicating that administration will do certain things. So, for example, when we look at the generation of requests for decisions, as a CAO, I don't generate all of the requests for decisions. They do come through me, but most of those are written by the staff that you have presenting them. You see on all of them, they've got the prepared by, presented by. So in an item like that, as an example, you may be giving direction on what you want as for RFDs from the CAO, but I believe administration is an appropriate term as to what you're expecting from the administration. And that's really what you're tasking me with, saying this is the expectation on that part of the organization. So I guess I'd look for more clarity or question there, but I believe the term, from my perspective, administration is an appropriate term.
Okay, so perhaps, could I make a suggestion? When we start the document, we talk about to further expand on role clarity, and then we talk about counselors, we talk about the REEV, we talk about the Chief Administrative Officer. Could we perhaps have a paragraph that delineates what administration is being defined as in the document? So it just would clarify that administration is not specific to the CAO, but it's a more broad term that refers to CAO, senior leadership team, and other senior staff that are bringing forward information to council. And then that way, the use of the term administration throughout would then reflect back to that definition or descriptive paragraph about what it is.
Thank you.
Would that help?
Yeah, that would help immensely.
And then it just takes away the fogginess around.
100%.
Which part of the people are we
Exactly.
It just broadens the definition.
Thank you.
So for my clarity, where would council like to see that added?
So that would be in the list that's on page 4 or page 88 in the package, but it's page 4 of the actual document, or page 5, where we talk about to further expand on role clarity. I would just include we got counselors there, we have REEV there, we have Chief Administrative Officer, and it says the link between council and administration, and then if we just kind of delineate what we're talking about with regard to administration. So just to say that administration includes the CAO, includes the senior leadership team and other management positions within the organization that provide information to council.
Okay. Yes, we can make that addition.
Okay? Great. I think then it does then just clarify.
Anyone new coming in?
Okay.
Confusing.
All right, thank you, Councillor Phopes. Councillor Cunningham, you had a comment?
Just while we're talking about roles, I'm just curious why you've got CEO and REEV and councillors, why we wouldn't have a section on deputy REEV? What the role is for the deputy REEV position?
Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair, we can make that addition too. We didn't, as generally the role of the deputy REEV is to fill in and conduct to basically fill in for the REEV when the REEV is unavailable or not present.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Does it also have to be identified that the deputy chairs the committee of the whole meetings?
That's in our policy, our procedural.
So should it be in here too, but should it be in the wording here too or not?
I think we've left, through the chair, we've put wording in there, and I believe it's under the REEV. I'd have to double check this. Okay. Yeah, so under the REEV chairs meetings of council unless otherwise determined. And so that otherwise determined leaves it open that if you want to appoint if you have other bylaws or things like that that you want to put other people as the chair on, then it leaves it open for those processes to occur. Because you might have that on, as your bylaws establish different things. Committee of the whole is one element. That's in our procedural bylaw, but you also have, well, technically not a committee of council. It is other meetings that include members of council. So whether that's ASB, MPC, you might want to have different chairs. So it just leaves that open for that.
And the procedural bylaw is referenced in related tools and policies, so. This is our document, so, I mean, this is our opportunity to add, subtract, and multiply. Did you have any other questions? Yeah, please.
Sure, if we're wrapped up on that, okay.
I guess the question first would be are we okay with leaving it where we just have left it? Okay, all right. Councillor Cunningham, please.
Thank you. So on page 16, could I just get some clarity? I think it speaks to public involvement at the committee of the whole meetings, and I think the same paragraphs in the council meetings as well. But outside of a formal delegation, members of the public may attend COW meetings but do not participate in this discussion. This includes speaking, emails, text messages, and other means. So I'm just looking for clarity on that. Like, are we, I guess I'll just look for clarity because I don't want to read into what that statement is.
Sorry, Councillor Cunningham, can you just refresh again which page we're talking about?
So I'm on page 16 of the actual governance model document. Well, sorry, yeah, page, yeah, that's confusing.
Page 15? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, on page, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So through the chair, that item it's governing or outlining how the public participates in meetings, or in this case doesn't. So if a member of public wants to take part in the meeting, our established process is that's done through a delegation. That's scheduled, it's arranged, they come forward and they can provide information to council through that venue, which we've had a number of individuals do over the past. What that statement is indicating is that it's not appropriate for a member of the public or a member of council to be taking text messages or basically allowing citizen participation through emails or text messages while the meeting is in progress. It doesn't prohibit somebody emailing you or texting you about an item prior to the meeting, saying, here's my thoughts on this or that, but it does indicate that there shouldn't be the fostered workarounds for members of the public to participate in a meeting of council, unless it's through that delegation process or through that. So if an individual is watching our live stream and trying to send a text in telling a councillor how to vote or trying to take part in the discussion, they're being granted an ability that not everybody has, and it's inappropriate for the business of the meeting. And so we've heard that from a number of individuals, whether that was Tracy Lawrenson at our recent candidate info night, the session we did with George Cuff, and it undermines the role of, generally regarded to undermine your role as councillor if you're allowing that covert participation. There is a mechanism by which the public can participate in the meetings, and that's through a delegation.
And that statement's made both in regards to the COW meeting and to council meetings.
The same statement, yes.
Yeah. So it's on page 13, 14 regarding council meetings, and then page 15 regarding the COW committee of the whole meetings. So it's in both those places. Councillor Cunningham, please, yeah.
So to follow up for me, so how are we going to enforce that or monitor that? do we as council hand our phones in at the door when we walk in? Do we, like, I'm just, I mean, I guess you can set it out as this is what we're hoping to achieve, but I'm just wondering, like, I think a couple of years ago, I told a story about, I got an email from a ratepayer that had been listening on Twitter, watching on Twitter, whatever you do on Twitter. And it was just interesting to me to see the level of engagement. Well, I mean, they weren't directing me in any way, but I guess, so who's going to determine what emails or what text messages are acceptable or not? It just, if it's going to be in there, it's like the road use agreement. If it's not enforceable, right? So I'm just not sure how this model is going to be, or this portion of the model is going to be enforced.
Councillor Whitstock.
Well, the way I would enforce it is, you know, basically you've got integrity and you trust each other. I mean, so you're gonna turn in one phone but leave another phone someplace? I mean, this all comes down to integrity. And as a counselor, you have to be, I mean, upfront and honest. So I don't have an issue with somebody saying, well, no, I promise I'm not gonna be texting back and forth through a committee meeting. I'm not gonna be texting back and forth through a council meeting. I think it's important that we have the integrity and the trust, and we can, I mean, there's nobody's, I don't wanna see anybody cheat, and I'm not gonna be a guy like that either, so.
So basically, it's self-policed, is what you're saying. Deputy Reeve McGee?
And I think there's value in us having it in there because of that, just so that, especially brand-new people who don't know their role, they understand that that's what that means. We can't engage with people in the galley, therefore we can't converse with people in the public neither. And if that becomes a problem, then we have this to go back to and say, well, look, this is what we said our governance model looks like. So it's kind of helping each other know our roles and what's expected in that role.
Councillor Cunningham, please.
So just to clarify, Deputy Reeve, I mean, we've had hearings here, we've had different presentations, and I mean, we've all gone to the lobby to chat with our people. So do we just, are we including that in there? Are we kind of trying to move away from that? Or I guess I'm just trying to be really clear about this part because it's a little bit gray to me. It's like it's discussions during meetings. I mean, that's during a meeting. So are we going to limit then the discussions that are happening? Like if we, you know, we've all been on break and we've gone and talked to somebody, one of our peers that's here, so do we not? It's got to be all for one or one for all. Like, I mean.
Absolutely.
So I guess I'm going to comment here. I know in a previous experience on council, we did have a problem with this, and we agreed collectively as council that our phones stayed in our mailboxes in the council break room, and that we would access them at that time. That just prevented emails and texts on our phone. We still have our computer sitting here. And so we've kind of relaxed that, and I guess my expectation of myself as a counselor is I do solicit opinion from people who are living within Kneehill County, and I ask questions about what they see as appropriate or not, but I don't do that once I come in the room here. And so, and yeah, if we took a break and there was a ratepayer or somebody of concerns in the back of the room that I wanted to chat with, I'd go chat with them, but I'm not necessarily seeking direction from them at the time. I think, Councillor Whitstock, you said it absolutely appropriately. I am not going to police anybody else in this room, nor do I expect to be policed. And so we each walk in here with our own understanding of what it means for us to be a counselor, and we operate according to that understanding. This is just trying to set out a guideline for how we're going to work collectively together. And so I don't think we can sharpen this nail sharp enough to cover every potential eventuality. And so the general understanding for us is that we would allow participation of the public through delegation in either a council or a COW meeting. And beyond that, the expectation is we would not. It's that straightforward. And you can make it as complicated or as simple as you want it to be. So to have the statement in here does not in any way prevent anyone from any specific activity, and neither does it say that we're going to police that. So again, it's just a general statement of how we choose to operate. Those are my thoughts. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Mr. Hogan?
Through the chair, I think council's in the discussion of the thoughts are in the right vein. There is the ability for the document or for the council that's to be successful is going to rely on council's buy-in to it. And so there is an aspirational component to it. There is not an enforcement in terms of if somebody chooses to do that, but it is a council statement saying these are the behaviors we expect of ourselves, right? So it does establish that expectation out there so that if you're going forward, you have some ability to go back and say, this is how we've chosen to conduct ourselves. Or you're saying to the public, this is how we've chosen to conduct ourselves. It also gives the meeting chair, whether that's the reeve, deputy reeve, or anybody else, some ability to sort of pause things if they see that activity going on and to control the meeting in that fashion. So there's a bit there, but at the end of the day, there are parts of this document that are going to be purely dependent on council's willingness to, or buy-in to uphold them. But it does set an expectation that's there for all to see, whether that's council, admin, public.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I just heard the words council buy-in, and then within the RFD, it says the success of any model will depend upon the ownership that council places on it. So I guess I would just be curious why this current council, with one meeting left after today, would present this so new. If we were a year out, 2 years out, I could totally see this. But it says right in the RFD, it depends on the ownership a council places on it. So I guess what I would say was I would make a motion to move that council defer this governance model until after the municipal election.
Okay, we'll just wait for that motion to come up. Okay, the motion from Councillor Cunningham says council defer the adoption of the Kneehill County governance model until after the October 20th, 2025 election. So that's the motion that's on the floor. Discussion, comment, question. Councillor Penner.
I'll be voting against this. I wish I had this resource when I first got elected into this seat. It really sets out good governance in my book. In my world, I should say, and so yeah, I'll be voting against it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion? Councillor Phobes, please.
I will be in favor of this because I think that this would be a really great model for the new council to get their teeth into for policy. So I'm going to be in favor of this moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or comment? Councillor Cunningham.
And I guess what I would comment on that is they do have this resource. We've just spent just short of a year developing this, debating it, going around. So they do have, we've created an amazing resource. What I'm saying is, with one meeting left, to me, the next council's voice matters on something like this. If it was a year ago, I would see it differently, but with literally one meeting after today, I want council, they're going to be gifted this beautiful document, but I just want them to be able to take the time to look at it and to own it, as we say in the RFD.
Thank you for that. Any other comment or discussion? The only comment I'm going to make is if we defer this, does that also mean we're going to go back to Dr. McIntosh and Mr. McCuff and all the others who have given guidance and direction to this council in the development of this model and repeat that for the next council? So it won't be something that comes to the table immediately upon that council sitting here, but it would be a process by which you would have to inform that new council so they would have the same information on which to base their decision. That would be my question. Mr. Hogan, you wanted to comment.
Through Mr. Reeve, from our perspective, if this is approved by, if the government's model itself is approved by council, then this would form a part of the early orientation of the new council. They still have the ability after that to amend it, to change it as they see fit, because it's their document. Council is a continuing body. So the difference in delaying it or doing it now at this time is that we will either use it in the orientation or we won't. So if it's approved as a model, then we'll build parts of the orientation and the early orientation around it for those new councillors to have that clarity ahead of time. If there isn't an approved model by council, then we'll still go forward with the orientation. We just won't have this as a part of it.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have this motion. Any other comment? Councillor Wittstock and then Councillor Penner. Councillor Wittstock.
Well, I know there's going to be orientation for the new council, and roles and responsibilities as part of that. I would see this as being important as far as governance goes on how you should conduct yourself. Whether you choose to conduct yourself through this governance model or not is totally up to you, but it can be changed. If there is something that's in this document that the new council does not like, it's not that they can't change it, but this does give them, this gives them the step number one. What is it that you like here? What is it that you don't like? And as far as I'm concerned, for us to adopt it, it's because we are the ones that determined it. So yeah, maybe the next council isn't going to like some of the stuff that's in here, but they can change that. But at least they've got a guide. And roles and responsibilities is actually a guide that's mandated. This is a guide that's, you know, pretty much, this is how we would like to see operations handled at this point in time, but as we go on, you can change it if you so like.
And Councillor Penner, you had a comment?
Just a comment, if this is in place, I think going through orientation, if there was something in here that really stood out to the council at the time, the new council, they can ask for clarification and it can be changed. It can, to approach administration to bring back the changes to this for clarification or for change or whatever. I'd like to see it in place so that it can be gone through. And like I said, we never had this and I think it's awesome.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we still have a motion to defer, and so any further conversation? Councillor Phopes, please.
I guess I have one thing about this as well, just because this isn't always done to the best of our ability, but is there a way currently to track and have an audit mechanism for council's requests via emails? Because sometimes they fall off the way, those emails.
So, sorry, clarify for me, please.
Is there something current that we have, I couldn't find it in this document, that states how the CAO addresses and tracks and audits the council requests?
Okay, Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair, the document doesn't outline a formal sheet or process. However, the document does outline an expectation that that process would be built upon. So I think that is covered in there under page 18 of the document. There's a chart in there that outlines the response time expectations, how things are submitted. So the audit behind how that is the tracking sheet behind that is done is a mechanism, but the expectation that it be done is in the document.
And I think page 7 addresses council requests and other initiative list things that are brought forward in terms of how they're dealt with as well. It doesn't have timeline there, but it does have, if a councillor had a question, how that would be addressed and how it's responded to. And then page 18 has what happens when a member doesn't like the response and the steps and the process to follow up based on disagreement with the answer given by CAO or administration. The one thing I'm going to say is when I first got on council, I didn't have access to something like this. And so a lot of the learning that I did around process and how to get things in the queue and how to respond to concerns from my ratepayers and so on, you kind of learn by either talking to somebody who's been on council for a long time or talking to the CAO or talking among ourselves as council. To me, having at least a basic document on how we operate as a council and as councillors is a great start point for the people coming in. And I've heard at times, even at this council, where we said it would have been nice, and not just our 2 new members, but other members who are sitting here who said, gee, I didn't even know that, and I've been here for X number of years. And so this just tries to foresee some of those questions and or situations and provide some answer to them. So that's my comment. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham, please.
Last one for me. So the new council will have a basic document. They would have this as a template. They don't have to recreate the wheel. It'll be here for them. We talk about being mindful of staff time, efficiency. So if this is approved today and they go and print these all out, they change it on the website, as I think I mentioned many meetings ago, there's a chance that some of our procedures may have to change. So if that starts to get initiated, to me, that's not good use of staff time. All I'm saying is we're literally handing them a document that none of us had when we started, all of us, but we're letting them have their voice. We have 1 meeting left, and I guess I'm totally not understanding the rush to approve this without having the next council to have the ability and without wasting council time, staff time, which turns out to be ratepayer money. I just don't think it's just not a good use for me. 1 meeting, and they could, maybe they would look at it and go, I love it, we're going to go ahead with it, but I just want them to have a chance to do that.
Okay, so last chance, I guess, to comment on the motion to defer before I call the question. Councillor Penner?
This is my opinion. I don't think we are rushing here. We have had discussions about this, and they just bring it back and just for some minor tweaking, which we gave direction for them to do that. So to me, we're not rushing this through.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment regarding the motion to defer before I call the question? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so the motion is that council defer the adoption of the Kneehill County governance model until after the October 20th, 2025 election. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor to defer? Opposed? That motion is defeated. So we're back to the conversation around the actual governance model itself and whether or not we are going to adopt it. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to make the motion that council adopt the Kneehill County governance model as presented. Oh, with the addition of, that's right, my apologies.
As amended.
Administration definition. Thank you.
Councillor Woodstock, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
No, I just wanted to make sure we got the amendment in.
Okay, thank you for that. So point of clarity, Mr. Hogan, if I could, please. There's a number of things in the document, and as you are all well aware, I have this OCD thing about spelling and wording, and I'm wondering how you want me to submit those things to you.
Through the Reeve, if you submit them to me, we can take it. I'm assuming they're grammatical in nature.
Yes, they're grammatical or spelling or, yeah, generally, it doesn't change the gist of anything that's said, but they're, for instance, page 4 of the document as it sits right now, there's a statement that starts on page 3 that says, understanding how council and administration work together is the foundation of Kneehill County's governance model. The following table depicts some of the basic principles and simplified understandings of how roles and responsibilities are at Kneehill County. And although that makes sense, to me, it perhaps should be roles and responsibilities function together at Kneehill County. And so they're just little things like that I have. In one place, decisions is spelled with 2 S's instead of a C and an S and so on. So, like I said, I'm sorry, when I read something,
You're an editor.
it jumps out at me, yeah. So,
Yes, we can.
I would just point out too, the word et cetera. I always find that one hard because I don't know how we defined et
yes,
cetera.
that's in my notes too. What are the et ceteras? So perhaps at the end of this, Mr. Hogan, I'll just give you my copy where I've scribbled all over it, and you can take it from there.
Through the Reeve, that would, we can make those grammatical changes prior to the finalization.
Okay, so we do have a motion before us that council adopt a Kneehill County governance model as amended with the addition of administration definition and deputy reeve. Definitions of administration and deputy reeve. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Oh, I thought you wanted something from me. I was panicking, I fell asleep.
Okay, am I missing something? Deputy Reeve McGee's motion is that council adopt a Kneehill County governance model as amended with the addition of definitions of administration and deputy reeve. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. All right, the next item, anybody want a break?
I would take one, because this one's gonna take a little bit.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. So we're in recess till 1:50. Thank you. Okay, it's 1:50, and so I'm going to call our meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is the disposition of delegation and public hearing business, the BREWD Regional Strategy Contribution. And so, welcome Ms. Gester and Mr. Brandt. And I guess any time you are ready.
All right, good after council. So in 2024, administration participated in the Regional Business Retention Expansion Workforce Development Project, otherwise known as BREWD. The project was led by, or continues to still be for now, led by Olds in partnership with Red Deer, Mountain View County, Red Deer County, Innisfail, and Penhold. BREWD is aligned to Council's strategic plan and Council's economic development priorities to strengthen existing businesses, build leadership capacity, enhance investment readiness, and elevate the county's brand. BREWD was launched in January to help create a more competitive and supportive economic environment where businesses and industries have the foundation to grow and survive. Community councils participated in the launch, and businesses were committed to partnering and collaborating regionally to support businesses. 698 survey responses were received from businesses and analyzed to inform 27 actionable projects within the regional strategy. The next step is to execute the regional action plan to further commitment made to businesses. This morning, Sandra Blythe, Town of Olds, requested a contribution from BREWD partners and key stakeholders and an annual contribution of $10,000 by Kneehill County for each year over 3 years will support in the execution of that regional strategy. Participating regionally and collaboratively demonstrates to businesses a desire and willingness to work together for the betterment of all businesses in the region. Furthermore, collaboration is looked upon favorably by various levels of government when grant funding is sought to support projects. As contributions are committed, the committee will finalize the projects to advance over the 3-year term. Projects will be steered by the ad hoc project committees and overseen by the BREWD Regional Steering Committee. The funds are further stewarded by a budget subcommittee. A signed memorandum of understanding would be attained by each funding partner to ensure the proper governance is undertaken. Should council decide not to participate, Kneehill County and its businesses would be ineligible to participate and benefit from the projects over the 3-year term. This partnership offers a valuable opportunity to leverage funding from all partners, reducing costs for Kneehill County while also creating the chance to collaborate with regional economic development professionals, bringing significant benefits to the community. And I just wanted to further update, because Sandra had just texted on her way back, that she now has full contributions committed from Olds, Innisfail, Red Deer, and Red Deer County for their $10,000 requests. So the financial and staffing implications to the commitment would be the $10,000 annual contribution over 3 years could be allocated to the Economic Development, Business Retention and Expansion operating budget. And staff implications would be to support in the leadership of those projects that they wish to lead and within the capacity of the team. Further staff time is required to promote the programs to businesses and participate as identified through the ad hoc project committees and the BREWD steering committee. So that is what we have to report back on the contribution request for that project or for the action strategy. So looking forward to any questions council may have.
All right, thank you for that. Questions from council? Don't everybody ask the question at any one time. Councillor Penner.
And it's just on some of the information that she presented. She said there was 101 job seekers that filled out the surveys. Did you see any summary of that, of what jobs they were specifically looking for? Was agriculture in there, or was it the trades, or, you know, was there anything, did it break it down to that at all?
Right, I have to actually go back and look into that for you. And if, because we didn't participate in the workforce development piece for us, so I'd have to look back more into the general information that was provided, but we can respond back to that.
It's not an urgent thing, it's just, for my own sake, because, in agriculture, we do have trouble filling our positions, and so.
Do you recall anything standing out?
Yeah, through the chair, we definitely saw in the data that there was this specific trade skills and those seasonal positions that agriculture is always looking for. So we definitely saw themes of that.
Okay, other questions? I had a question on the ad hoc project committee. Who makes up that committee?
I'm just going to refer to the MOU that I have. That is a great question. I'm still getting very familiar with that. So the project committees, as I recall, when we sat down to identify what the projects would be to address those challenges, we all sat down as a task force and we said who would be a great project lead for that initiative. So that project lead was identified, and they were consulted with us too, because when we went around the task force team, everybody said, would you be willing, and does this align with what your organization or participation in there, do you have the ability to do that? And so they came forward and they said yes. So now what would happen is as these projects are identified, we revisit that project charter, and whoever was assigned that lead, it's best determined, can you still lead that project? So that's how they were defined. How it's going to be defined after this 3-year term, because we have all the project sheets for all those projects, is yet to be determined. But I suspect it'll be similar in that format, but who knows, there could be some changes.
Go ahead, Jenna.
For example, myself, I signed up to be the lead for the Trade Accelerator Program project, as I knew that we, in our county, had many elevators and looking to further their market expansion and help them with support. So, for example, when you look at your community and see your assets, that's the kind of task force you wanted to be on, and that's how we felt was the best way to roll out those projects.
Okay. So I'll come to you, Mr. Gannon, and I'll come back to you. So my understanding from what you're saying is that of the identified projects, each one has a different committee that's driving that project.
Correct.
Okay. I'll go to you, Ms. Gabrant, and then to you, Mr. Gannon.
Sure. So through the chair, just to kind of elaborate more on Ms. Kester as well. So the supply chain project that Sandra actually mentioned a little bit, that one was heavily impacted or noted through Kneehill's data. So Sandra and I both decided that it would be best that we co-lead that project together. So that kind of gives some example, like when we sat down to address those challenges, we were already strategizing who would we best work with on that. So Sandra and I would be co-leading that project. So that would be 2 BREWD projects this year that are expected for execution or implementation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to elaborate a little bit on what Ms. Gabrant said and Ms. Kester presented is how they've kind of designed the BREWD force in nature is to understand each individual's capacity and priorities, and then encompassing those leads and those expertise to help drive for the betterment of all the partners involved. So if we feel that there's a partner that really aligns with council's direction through the economic development plan and triggers that we're seeing within the community, we'll want to participate in that. Other opportunities that we aren't as heavily a participant of, it's still our information. It still has value to us, and we still are being incorporated as a stakeholder. So I want to make sure that council understands, even though we may not be driving some of these projects, we are still involved with the projects. That way there is still value heard for Kneehill County, and the project has value for us regardless. The transitional of this funding is expected, I want to clarify, is that we're looking at covering it through our operation budget because it does hit the mandate within our operation budget for business retention and expansion. So those initiatives we're looking at doing every year through our operating budget and then managing those individual initiatives and trying to ensure that we provide value for that operational requirement. The team has worked really hard, and the one thing I want to emphasize the most that really attracted me to this program, we have economic development professionals from all these communities that we're able to tap into. And we're able to utilize their capacities for our betterment. There's so much opportunity in this to have these expertise and create capacity for us to manage other things in the background while these programs are moving forward at a minimal investment with a further opportunity for additional grant funding. So to me, I think that this is a great opportunity for the county, our department, and the region.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments related? Oh, Mr. Hogan, I'm sorry.
No, it's through you, Mr. Reeve. I just wanted to build on what Director Gannon said. When staff are indicating that we're looking to manage this through the operating budget, I wanted to confirm for council's clarity that there is funding in the current budget, or at least the envelope, what we call. So the funding amount allocated to economic development, there is money in there for business retention and expansion. And so what we're talking about is managing it through that existing envelope and not necessarily adding to the budget in order to fund this. So you take money that's already ECDEV is already funded at a level. We're looking at using those existing levels to allocate towards this project over the next 3 years. So it just means you're not allocating that existing funding to other projects. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're adding to the funding.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I really support everything that's been said as far as, you know, what advantages and opportunities it brings. I think this project had me excited from the beginning of waiting to see it, but it also would not be wise of me not to say we are very frustrated also. I find BREWD has promised to take action. They promised that the people who were surveyed would see the benefit of their work. And I know that that's a long-range goal, but the transparency and the understanding of how this project is happening is not transparent enough and is not clear enough. And it's really hard to say yes to the next 3 years because what we're saying is we trust in you to understand those details and whatever. And I feel like I need to know some of that whatever. And I feel like the people who participated thus far need to have a clear understanding of what we're saying yes or no to here. And I think what are those 27 strategies? That's a very simple thing to provide. And I find that the people who got behind this project want to know that that has happened. And they want to know it in a way that's digestible to them. And we're not doing that. And so it has me very hesitant at trusting this process without some of those details available.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Gabran.
Through the chair. So just to clarify, and actually we've had some discussions with Sandra a little bit more on this as well. Everything is posted on the Central Alberta First. We've, on our doing business page under BREWD, have directed those plans to go there. And we were just talking again yesterday about how we better communicate this action plan going forward and that a clear communication strategy needs to happen. We've also engaged, and we reached out to the chamber, it was either last week or the week prior, about coming to a chamber meeting and talking about this survey. And Ms. Kester and I, we've even been talking a little bit about how can we use methods or channels like the podcast room to communicate more about what we're doing. So it is coming. This project has moved fast, and as Sandra communicated this morning, one of the things was because we know we have grant funds that are coming out here within and due within the next 3 to 4 weeks that they're also trying to acquire. So there is more communication that needs to happen, and as the partners come forward, we're going to be able to give a stronger stance of this is now what we have committed, and these are the projects moving forward. And it was hard to do that until we knew what funding we were going to be looking at so we could adequately communicate. So yes, there is some work that still needs to be done with communication of it. We're talking those strategies internally about that and what that looks like. So there's still some coming together that needs to happen, but I can say we've been meeting about every 2 weeks to try to get this regional strategy to a place where, as partners, we're all in a good place, where we feel comfortable now presenting and communicating outwardly. So it's coming more. We always underestimate. It's a great, powerful group to have as a regional team, but we underestimate the time it takes to collaborate 6 municipalities together. It takes a lot of time. It took more than I thought it was going to take, I'll admit.
I'll go to Ms. Kester, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Cunningham.
Through the chair, we recently just wrapped up the data collection not long ago, and we did see that working with other regions is beneficial for sure, but our region is unique, and we know that we need to send out that unique message. So we are almost finished completing a What We Heard summary report, and we're going to be showing that to our residents and posting it out and showing the specific projects that are going to benefit our area and our residents. So that's coming soon as well.
I really appreciate that.
Councillor Cunningham.
So just to further what Deputy Reeve McGee said, and I do appreciate the work that you folks have done to date, but as a business owner, if someone comes to chat with you or you ask you to do a survey in January and you're into October, you could have a whole new set of issues. There's a lot of businesses that might not even be open that did those surveys. There's some that are hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And just when I talk to the business community, I think kind of further to what Deputy Reeve said, that's their frustration. They're always doing surveys, they're always doing studies. They need actionable items now and ways today that they can potentially keep their business open or deal with some of the issues that our farmers are having. Like I said, 8-10 months down the road, they got a whole new set of issues. So I know that's not on you, but I've heard from the business community that they're tired. They're really getting tired and with the way of the world, and it's, yeah, they're looking for solutions now, which I know isn't always easy, but the reality.
So go ahead, Ms. Cabran.
Yeah,
Sure.
so just to elaborate, so through the chair. And you're right, like tariffs is a prime example of that, right? So the task force has come out to identify some solutions. But also through the BREWD process, what we found was some immediate actionable items or projects, initiatives. We had a red flag, green flag report. So every week we received a report on our survey responses for immediate response or action. So Ms. Kester did all the follow-up with those different businesses. And they were anything from, I need grant supports, I'm in a tax issue, call us. We did. We got great success out of that here within the county. We also had various initiatives just on training. So we connected them to different training workshops that they needed to address a concern. We did marketing videos, and you're going to see those as they come out on the website, right? A couple have just been released already, but there's more of those coming. Anything from signage. One business needed some signage. We worked to break down those barriers with signage. So we did do some immediate follow-up, and we do recognize that through the next 3 years, problems are going to change. Challenges are going to change. And that's why every year when we evaluate those projects, we go, is this still relevant? What do we need to adjust? And that's why there's going to be task force, right? So we will be connecting with the task forces within that regional strategy to review those projects. So I feel like we're doing the best we can with what we know. And as Sandra even indicated this morning, do we have it all correct? No. We're going to have to adjust, just like we would in a strategic plan. You adjust your plan. So I hope that provides some reassurance. I think with 6 EDOs around the table and more, that we're pretty creative. And we're even getting more in touch with our business community to find out those challenges so we can pass that up the line.
So I guess one of the comments I would make is in the 118 pages that you provided to me, there are 27 strategies outlined, projects outlined in that documentation that we were provided. And that's one of the reasons I asked this morning, what are the projects? They said 7. I wanted to know what they were. Because when I look through there, perhaps what I see as a first strategy isn't necessarily what the big region sees. And certainly one of the things that I saw throughout the information that they provided there was about community amenities and things like that, and how that allows you to attract and keep people. But one of the big messages over and over and over and over and over again was housing, 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 and then appropriate training for the right employees to match up with the right businesses. So when I read through the whole thing, and trust me, it takes a while to read through the whole thing and make sense of it, one of the things that I saw is there's somewhere between 20 and 40%, depending on the business that you talk about, are saying they're going to need more employees. It's only 1 or 2% of all those businesses that we're talking to said, no, we're not going to need to increase our employee base. We're either staying the same or we're increasing. And so as I walked through it, there's a lot of information there that even for me to try to digest is like crazy. So I get it. And the other reality is municipal governance and projects take time. And there's always a desire to do something and get it right, and I recognize that. But then I go, okay, what are we getting immediately? So she comes here this morning and says, okay, we have this conference that we're putting on right away. In fact, if you don't hurry up, you've missed your ticket. So to me, when we sat down to sign the charter, what they said to us is we're going to do this and we're going to come back with actionable results. So she came today and she sat down and said, we've done the survey, we have the information, here it is, 118 pages for your reading pleasure, and here's what we're doing right now. And they're actually taking action at this point in time. Maybe it doesn't fit every business that we have, but at least they're starting to move, which is more than, one of the things I heard when we started this is we want to see results. So today she's saying, we're going to do 7 things. So we're seeing something happening. So to me, I'm actually quite excited about the fact that they've done all this work, and even though it might be slow from the average person's point of view, or, you know, we just, sometimes we miss the fact that it takes time to make things happen. And nothing happens fast. And so that's just the reality. And so from my perspective, I'm pretty happy with what I'm hearing.
Great, thank you.
And when someone, you know, if you want the detail, it's right there, the themes and projects that are proposed and in what areas they're being proposed. It's in this document.
Yeah.
But I did ask this morning which ones, and so she gave those to us. So
For sure.
Yeah, from my point of view, I'm happy with what I see.
Through the chair, thank you. And that, the report that Ms. Kester indicated was just so that we could make it a little bit more engaging, right? Like it's a heavy report, probably more for more internal use and decision-making, but now the businesses want to see, yeah, they want to, of course, know that we heard them, so we're picking out those fine points in each of the key themes, but then showing which projects we're advancing. And again, are they all going to hit all the businesses all at the same time, all at once? No, right? So anyway, we're hoping that that report is, I was hoping to have it this week. We just got confirmation today, a draft is there, so we're going to revisit that on Friday when we're both back in the office and give some feedback. So we're hoping next week it's out. So yeah, and then some engagement and a strategy just around the communication of that will be out as well. We'll start.
Other discussion, comments, questions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
This is a question I should have asked Sandra, so please, it's not truly to you, but maybe you could be a voice for us. I'm really interested in how this might complement or conflict with our membership with CAPE.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I think that through the redesign of CAPE with the new board member, I think there's opportunity for conversation with them should they want to join some of the initiatives or be a partner with any initiative as far as the central. But we'd have to verify with the central region on that. I think all economic data has value. So as long as CAPE understands, and I think the promotion of understanding what we're doing, there will be no duplicate in efforts. I feel it will reduce the level of duplication. As well, some of the partners within this partnership are also CAPE members as well as we are. So we're ensuring there's cross-communication within those areas, and we're aware of what each individual entity are doing. We're trying to make sure we're maximizing those opportunities. We don't want to take initiatives other people are that have value to us, but we also want to complement other things that we could get additional information moving forward. So in essence, I think there has been conversations of if they wanted to. I can't comment of what those answers were because I wasn't part of those conversations. But at the end of the day, I think that all initiatives that are moving forward have value for Central Region Alberta. CAPE is a central partner. So I feel it will reduce duplication and it will maximize different potential efforts in individual areas.
Go ahead, Ms. Cabran.
Sorry. Through the chair, just to further add to that, I know just being on the task force when we were going through the results back in April, there were projects that CAPE was identified for. So support, we will never put anybody in a lead without them knowing that we've identified them as a lead. Maybe we should know. So they have been identified as definitely strong project stakeholders. So that's what I'll say about that. I know that CAPE was identified as a strong partner in these projects. So moving forward, like I say, as we get the funding committed, then those communication strategies will happen and some re-engagement will occur as those project teams come together. So do look forward to more working together with CAPE, right?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that we also said at the beginning of all of this is we wanted information specific to us. There is information in here specific to us. So in the parts of the survey that we chose to participate in, we have information coming back to us. And one of the interesting things to me as I read through it is the consistency of the results within our central region here. So no matter which of the communities they were talking to, there's a relatively consistent stream of information. It has a little bit of variation in percentages and whatever, but the consistency is crazy that's within this document. And so when we talk about specific to Kneehill County, what we find out is we're not really all that different than, say, Mountain View or Olds or Penhold or Red Deer County. The consistency in that message is relatively high. And so to me, the opportunity for us to take the data and utilize it in a bigger area is valid because of the consistency that's there.
That's correct.
And so, again, like I say, having spent some time trying to decipher what's all in here, to me, I was quite excited about what I was reading and to see the information that was coming back. So anyway, I guess I'll be quiet now and the rest. So if there are any other questions or comments or direction from council, I would be open to that. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Carolyn, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the motion, I'd like to make the motion, please. Thank you. That Council direct administration to sign the memorandum of understanding and provide an annual contribution of $10,000 over 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll come to you in just a second, Mr. Gannon. So we do have a motion from Deputy Reeve McGee that Council direct administration to sign the memorandum of understanding and provide an annual contribution of $10,000 over 3 years. Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd recommend an amendment to that be funded through the operation budget.
Okay, so the amendment would be just to add at the end to be funded through the operational budget.
Correct.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McGee, you're okay with that?
Perfectly.
Just a clarification where the funding's coming from. Thank you for that. Okay, so we have a motion. Is there any further discussion, question, or comment to the motion that we provide an annual contribution over 3 years, 10,000 per year? Councillor Christie?
Just a comment that working with these other communities is a huge strength, and I really appreciate that. So I think that's part of the value that we got here.
Well, we went from 2 economic development officers to what, 6? Or 8 that are working together. They're not our employees, but certainly partnering to move things forward. Any other question, comment, or discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. The motion is that Council direct administration to sign the Memorandum of Understanding and provide an annual contribution of 10,000 over 3 years to be funded through the operation budget. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gerbrandt and Ms. Kester, and we look forward to hearing more. Thank you. The next item in our agenda is 8.2, which is the Drumheller Area Health Foundation. And Ms. Vanderkool, my paperwork says this one's yours.
Yes, it is. Thank you. So the Drumheller Area Health Foundation presented to council earlier today to request financial support from Kneehill County to their Grow Your Own program. They are reaching out to each municipality in town within a 100-kilometer radius, requesting donations or grants of 10,000 or any amount each municipality feels comfortable contributing. So as the project is located outside Kneehill County's municipal boundaries, it's not eligible for most of the county's grant programs. However, it may qualify under the Community Enrichment Support Program, which provides funding for recreation, community arts, and cultural events that are not supported by other county grants, scholarships, awards, or donations. It should be noted that there's a limited amount of funding in this pot of funds. There's $1,550 left. But we also, in the council budget, there is a council contingency GL that was budgeted for $25,000 in 2025, and we have only used $2,000 in that account. So funding could come from that account if council wishes. So the council options today would be to request further information, or that council approve a specific amount and have administration come back with funding options, or council approve a specific amount and have funding come from council contingency or the grant program.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vanderkool. So we heard the presentation from the Drumheller Area Health Foundation with regard to the on-site nursing training program and their request to help with the development of that program, specifically, I think, with the renovations required to put the simulation lab in place. Councillor Pinner, comment, please.
Just a comment. I think this is extremely exciting. I've heard about the Wainwright one, actually at RMA was, and so this is getting so close to home. It couldn't get much closer, and I'm 100% behind them in some way. It costs money to do this on, to try and keep our locals to come back home or encourage them to come back home. There's some incentives. So I'm 100% behind this.
Thank you for that. Other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Pinner.
Just another comment when it comes to, say, the Drumheller Hospital. we're in the same region as the Three Hills Hospital here, through the Red Deer Regional, is that how it goes? And there's a large number of us that actually have to use the Drumheller Hospital, because that's where our doctors are. So I know it's not within our municipality, but it's just another way that I think we need to support it.
So I guess my initial reaction is I would agree. They said that the training could take place in the Three Hills Hospital, the Drumheller Hospital, the Hannah Hospital, or the Stettler Hospital. The simulation lab will be in the Drumheller Hospital. However, that doesn't mean that the training and the nurses' training couldn't take place in our communities. Plus, it's a 100-kilometer radius that they're talking about, with some bumps in that and squashed out on one side a little bit. But the whole point is, and we've said this over and over and over, we cannot keep people at home. They gotta go away to get trained. They gotta go away to go to school. They gotta go away, they gotta go away, they gotta go away. Here is an opportunity for us to help residents in our area get access to training, and they don't have to leave home to do it. I'll give you my own personal example. I have a daughter who just finished a university degree. She was able to do year one online. I think I was telling someone other before that she had to take 4 years and move away. She only ended up moving away for 3 years, but she relocated her family for 3 years, maintained 2 households over that period of time in order to get a university degree. Let me tell you, that's not a cheap way to go. This provides an opportunity for people who are interested in nursing, whether they're young moms with kids at home, whether they're high school students, or whether they're somebody looking for a second career, to get training close to home. So I'm all in on this one. I'm really enthused about this idea. Councillor Forbes, please.
I would make the motion to approve $10,000 from the council contingency.
Reserve?
Thank you, reserve, for the Drumheller Area Health Foundation for their classroom. I can't think of another word. Thank you, the training center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Forbes, for the motion. To make a donation of $10,000 to the Drumheller Area Health Foundation to be sourced from the contingency reserve. Mr. Hogan and then Ms. Vanderkoel.
Through Mr. Reeve, just to confirm on that, the contingency reserve is a reserve that council has as part of your overall reserve structure. Council contingency is aligned within the operating budget. So I just want to confirm that which of those you're looking for those to come from.
So the contingency reserve is the one that has sufficient funds to be able to fund this, correct?
They both do.
Okay.
The difference is that council contingency is a part of the operating budget. You've got 25,000 in there, and I believe you've spent
2,000.
2,000.
So you got 20,000.
So there's still 20,000 left in that, and that's aligned within your operating budget for items like this. So if you're going to fund this, I'd recommend that you look at council contingency rather than the contingency reserve.
And that's where you were headed? Council contingency reserve?
That's the one I was headed on.
Okay. So it's just council contingency, it's not a reserve. It's
That's
just
correct.
operating.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, we catch on, but slowly. So this funding that we're talking about comes actually from funds within the operating budget for 2025.
Through the chair, that's correct. And this is generally put in your operating budget each year for random things that come up.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion from Councillor Forbes. Any discussion, comment, or question to the motion? Now that we got the funding source figured out and the amount. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So, are we prepared for the question? That council approve a donation of $10,000 to the Drumheller Area Health Foundation with funds to come from council contingency. Carolyn's smiling, so we're all happy. So all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is our Bornite Energy request from the delegation earlier this morning. So welcome back, Ms. Nyman. Pleasure to see you again today. And if you want to go through the request here and let us know the details, please.
Sure. So earlier today, Joe Borey with Bornite Energy presented to council earlier to request a payment plan from the county. If council pursues a request, administration will sign a payment plan agreement with Bornite Energy for their 2025 taxes. With going back and forth with Joe, he would also like to include the 2026 taxes, but we wasn't aware of it when this document was made. So it's 2025 and 2026. So if council chooses to pursue this request further, administration will reach a payment plan agreement for Bornite Energy for the 2025 and 2026 taxes. If council chooses to deny the request, administration will inform the company of the decision. So some of the options today is to receive his information, request further information, instruct administration to enter into a payment plan for the 2025 taxes and 2026 with terms indicated by council. The term should define the agreement length and whether penalties should be applied during the payment's term, and you can deny the payment plan request. So just with talking with Joe and confirming when he left, what he is exactly requesting is that he make 12 payments starting in January, ending in December of 2026. That would include the 2026 amount. So that would be taking the 2025 amount and the 2026 estimated amount and just putting those over 12 months. It's the exact thing that he was requesting. So just follow up. We would communicate with the company of the decision of council. If approved, we would enter into the agreement for the payment of the 2025 and 2026 property taxes. Is there any questions for me?
So I guess the first question that jumps into my mind is on the 2025 taxes, was he looking for the no penalty applied on that? So just to figure out the 2025 and the 2026 estimated taxes, figure out a 12 payment plan and go from there?
Yeah, so he, what he was looking for is that it would apply to the October penalty only. So if we agreed to it and you agreed to penalty exemption, that would apply to October, or I'm sorry, the November 1st kind of only, and right. Then to the ones going forward in, what is that, March, February, I think it's February that we have our first penalty, and then May. So he's just looking at going forward. So he has some penalties on his account already,
Okay.
But if penalties were to be paused, that would be October.
Okay.
And then the year of 2026.
So the existing penalties, he wasn't asking for relief from, he was just asking
No.
that no penalties be applied during the payment?
If the agreement was, approved.
Okay.
So he does have quite a bit of penalties on his account from 2024.
Okay.
But the 2024 amounts have been paid in full, and then the request was to come back and ask for 2025. And then we went back and forth kind of with him on what that kind of looks like to bring it to you, like what exactly he would be asking for. And then at that stage, he said that he would like to have both 2025 and 2026 paid. So in 2027, he would be eligible to just go on tips.
Okay. Okay. So, any questions or clarification, discussion? And we have a ratepayer who has indicated a desire to pay his taxes.
It's always nice.
Which is really good. So you would be looking for a motion that we had entered into a payment plan for the 25-26 taxes with the term of 12 months or 12 payments beginning January 1st or January of 2026 and ending December of 2026.
Yeah.
Okay. And that there would be no penalties during the length of the agreement.
Yeah, unless it was, unless it wasn't, like if they didn't live up to the agreement. Usually our agreements say if you don't follow those
If he
terms,
defaults, yeah.
they all go on,
Okay.
all the way back, yeah.
All right. That's an incentive not to have that.
Yeah, you don't, it's nice to not have to pay more.
All of a sudden, wham, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're pretty clear that the plan would begin in January of 2026 and end in December of 2026, and it would cover the years or the taxes for the year of 2025 and 2026,
yeah.
and would include any penalties already incurred, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there wouldn't be any more going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So
the
just,
for the agreement, yeah.
The old penalties still apply, but
Yeah.
the new penalties going forward, unless he
Yeah.
defaults, right? Yeah,
Right.
okay. Yeah, I think we understand. All right, questions? Clarification? Clear as mud? I was really tempted to ask him about some of the AER penalties that he incurred by rescuing wells from the Orphan Well Association and then got nailed with penalties.
No kidding.
So rather, he takes them off the hands of the Orphan Well Association and then he gets hammered with penalties.
It's just so wrong. That is so wrong.
Because that's something we could advocate.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I'd love more detail.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I appreciated him coming in. I like that people are doing that. They're coming in and making plans. The other thing I kind of meant to ask him, and then he kind of answered it for me, but I always want to make sure that our ratepayers their leases are being covered, and he did allude to that because he said it's kind of a big cost to him. So I'm happy about that. So I'll make the motion that council authorize administration to enter into a payment plan beginning January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026, and cover the taxes for the year 2025 and 2026, and include any prior penalties incurred.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham. So we do have a motion to enter into a payment plan. Is there any further discussion or question? All right, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Nyman, and you can relate the good news to our willing participant in this program.
So will do.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Break? Yeah. All right, I've had a request for a break, so we are going to take a break. We are in recess to 2:45, so 2:45. All right, it's 2:44 PM, and I am going to call our meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is council and committee reports, and we're going to start with 9.1, which is Community Futures Wildrose, and Councillor Christie.
I've attached the executive summary, so if there's any questions there, notice that Neil County's in the loan for the region, so we're involved, which is a good thing. Q4 for the Heart of the Community program is now open for nominations, and the 1st of October we'll decide who won the third quarter.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? I don't see any, so the next item is 9.2, Police Advisory Committee, and that's you, Councillor Cunningham.
Perfect, thank you. So I did attach the minutes from our last meeting. The only thing to add is that they're still in the process of hiring a sergeant for the Three Hills Detachment. It kind of, everything has to fall depending on some other things, so it's still a work in progress, just so everybody's aware. Just with Kneehill Housing, Councillor Phobes and I just wanted to add that Golden Hills Lodge is having a fall fling on Saturday. It's a bake sale and silent auction from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the auditorium. There's going to be a Thanksgiving meal served at 11:50, and it's kind of a first come, first serve on that. So that is this coming Saturday. And I just wanted to mention this past Saturday, I participated out at Harvest for Kids, always one of my absolute favorite days. I do get kind of emotional about it because when I see, you know, all these combines coming from different directions, and just our world is so divisive, to see everybody come together for one common goal just makes my heart happy. So thanks to the Price family. There was you had to guess how many bushels you thought it was going. So I did not win. It was 84. It went, yeah, 84.79, I think, yeah. So, and I just wanted to say thanks. Our MLA, Tara Sawyer, came out. She didn't stay for the barbecue because she had to get back home to serve a harvest meal for her farmers, and then she was back heading to Trochu to the Arboretum supper for Saturday night. So thanks to her. Yeah, just thanks to everybody for their support for coming out. It's just, the meal's great, and we just, yeah, it's just an awesome day. So I don't have a total on what they raised, but can certainly keep in touch with that. And I just wanted to say thank you to Danny Page with Travel Alberta, and to Jenda Kester and Wendy Gabrant and everybody that was involved in the, sorry, I can't think of the name, what do we call it? The meal that we had at the Arboretum. I was there, long table, yeah. It had a name, sorry, it just went on my head. I was there on Thursday night, and it was just absolutely amazing. Food was awesome. So nice to see some of our local folks, Darla Berg with Sipalicious Tea, and Gertie's with Jana, and just, yeah, DNA Gardens, and I mean, just, and I love the fact that every time he talked about which course he was doing or who was involved, it kind of highlighted our local producers. So yeah, it was just, yeah, it was an amazing night. Music was great. I mean, the weather was perfect. What a great highlight for the Arboretum. I mean, I was telling a few of them I got married in the Arboretum 34 years ago, and it's changed a little bit. There's a few more trees, so yeah, but just, yeah, an amazing night. So just thanks to everybody involved. So yeah, that's everything for me.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? If not, the next one is Central Alberta Economic Partnership. That's you, Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you. There was a meeting last week. I unfortunately was ill and was not able to attend, but I have some updates from that meeting that I can share with you. Biggest being that we had our municipal expert incorporated that we contracted for a 3-month trial. We have approved now for the full coming year, 3-year contract from September 20th, 25 all the way to 2028. So, and this contract also has increased the hours that he'll be putting in. So we are really pleased with the work he's doing and the generation of some funding that has been able to do. He also wanted to be sure that we were aware that at the November fall annual general meeting that will be at Rocky Mountain House, the first session will be a workshop on our economic development for elected officials. So that I thought was very positive. And he also was clear to say that at this time, CAPE has not had any contact with BREWD for ages. So we're not sure what CAPE's role is with it, which is why I asked that question, and I apologize to council for not remembering to ask Sandra, because that's not our staff, but Sandra that needs to know that question. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that group. Oh, we do have 2 people who will not be returning. I also was to report that Teresa Reeling from the Sylvan Lake Council will not be on our board. She's not coming back. She's not running again. And we had a member at large who also has resigned.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? All right, so that leaves us at Drum Solid Waste. Councillor Penner.
Just a quick report. We had an executive meeting. It was our first meeting with Esther, the CAO. I won't say her last name, but I say it wrong. She's our secretary treasurer. That was her first meeting there. But just a little bit of history for you. The landfill down there, or beside the landfill at the shooting range, used to be a training base for World War II. And so there's a lot of lead in that in there. We've been dealing with this for a long time, and just trying to get the federal government to relieve us of the liability of it. So we're getting closer. We've done phase 1. We've hired somebody to do phase 1 to acknowledge what is there. Like there's a bunker. It's actually quite interesting. I haven't actually gone to it because it's all closed off. So we just want a letter from the governments so we don't have the liability going forward, because that's huge in the back of our minds here. Fair enough, the lead cleanup from the shooting range that's on there right now, because we do rent it to the shooting range, so we've got to stay on top of that, or they've got to stay on top of it, and we've got to go and observe their cleanup and stuff like that. It's good to hear that the 2024 audit will be presented at our next meeting, October 16th. And at that meeting, actually, we are doing the budget for next year. Yes, we'll have it done before who gets, because we only meet every other month. So, and another really positive thing is Clean Farms has been at the landfill filming off and on the grain bag area. And like I said last time, that trial is just about over, and we will most likely be a collection site still. But it was nice to hear that the staff is doing very well, and it's we had to do a little bit of cleanup, like things. Some people don't like mice, but I had to laugh because they had lifted all the bags to move them so the mice would take off. Well, where did the mice run to? I'm sure they ran back under the new pile. But anyhow, they felt good about moving them, so relocating the mice. But we had a good laugh anyhow. And going forward, the requisites, staff came forward with an increase in the requisites, and we said no, we didn't want that. We wanted to stay pretty flat within a couple of pennies. And the reason for this is any of the money that we're getting from EPR here, we've asked them, which is on the recycling side, to put that into a reserve. So we said, okay, we amended a little bit, leave some of that in the recycling side so it can continue to be, to operate. And the reason, behind the reserve aspect of it was we as a landfill might have to pivot in a different direction for what we do there. So because we may not be taking any recycling anymore. It makes sense for them to ship it straight to Calgary. We don't know that yet. It was an 18-month trial here, so any money we get, we're putting it into reserves. The only major change, and this is an increase, but we have a new company, a trucking company, so they went down, the transportation went down, but we've increased the capital by $1. It's been at $2 since about 2012, so it's gone up to $3, and that is used for the landfill expansion. So it's a very slight, but it should be very flat. The requisites should be very flat this year, so you guys remember that when they come back with a variance? If Drumheller Solid Waste has got a big difference, that's what, say, oh no, that's not what she said. So anyhow, Yeah, so we have a next meeting, it's October 16th, organization meeting on the 21st, and a regular meeting on the 18th of December, 21st of November, sorry. And in the past, we've had budget that time of year, and it's very busy, and being an election year, that's why we've done it this way. It won't always be done that we'll have the budget done this soon, hopefully they will, but I mean, it's just because of the election, so. But yeah, so I won't be giving you another report because it's, you know, the 16th, so it's been a pleasure sitting on this board.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Penner. Did you have additional stuff to add on a Division 5 report?
Sorry, I did.
I was thinking, oh boy, okay. We don't mind hearing from you twice, if you have something else you'd like to talk about. Oh, yeah.
As well.
Okay,
Just
well,
efficient.
thank you. So I'm gonna cover a whole bunch of ground in my stuff. So I gave you information from FCSS, which included the last minutes and the 2020 whatever family wellness worker report, 2024-25. At our last meeting, we did pass the budget for 2026, and you will be seeing that soon. I guess it'll probably be either this council in October or the next council. And good news or bad news, there is probably, with the grant writer and a few other things, you're gonna see a little bit more. Now that FCSS has responsibility for that, you're gonna see that coming to you. I sent you, or gave to you, the latest report on the site at Trochu Housing and a bunch of pictures in terms of the progress. So you can see that things are actually moving forward and it's starting to look more and more like a building. And if you were at the Badlands to Prairie long table dinner, you might have had the entertainment of a backhoe going back and forth or something happening while you were trying to visit. Two things related to that. There is a project tour scheduled for October 15th. So that's a community tour of the site, October the 15th. And they have a fundraiser scheduled for November the 15th. It's called the Festival of Lights Gala. And so they are selling tickets for that currently. I did include and provide you with a letter from the Kneehill Medical Clinic, just an update on the progress that they're making, and just wanted you to be aware of that. I didn't attend the Harvest for Kids, but I did go to the Harvest Supper at the Food Grains north of Linden, and as always, well attended. Harvest hadn't happened yet. They're waiting for farmers to get caught up so they'd come and thrash canola at the site there. I think tomorrow, possibly, they will be thrashing that project. I did go to the candidate training and enjoyed myself. I have some thoughts on what happened there and would like to see some conversation going forward as to what we might do in the future. I did attend the long table dinner in Arboretum at Trochu and thoroughly enjoyed myself. Had a great conversation with Miss Khalid throughout the supper, and it was very enjoyable. And I did also attend the staff tournament at the Three Hills Golf Course, and it was a very worthwhile day spent with some of our staff just talking about how things look from their point of view. So that's my report. Now you should be up to date, I hope.
Question?
Sure,
Question?
questions?
The October 15th tour, do you have to have steel-toed shoes?
Okay, so the last time you had to have a hard hat and steel-toed shoes. I'm not 100% sure whether they're gonna relax that for this time, because it did eliminate a lot of people.
I'm sure they would prefer, but, yeah.
I tried to explain that my head was hard enough that maybe I didn't need a hard hat, but they still wanted a hard hat.
They supplied some hard hats, so they did,
Yes.
you didn't have to bring your own, but they did have some, but they'd asked for steel-toed shoes last time.
I will check on the details. I just got the date was confirmed, so. All right. I would entertain a motion to receive as presented. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive as presented the council and committee reports. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item 10, council follow-up action list. Councillor Cunningham, please.
So just one, just some information that I've gotten, and I'm sure Mr. Hogan has as well. Oops, I just moved my computer. I think it's motion 360, the Lone Butte Solar project. The AUC, they've been in abeyance till I think it was September 15th. And the AUC has granted them further abeyance till December 15th of 2025. So still on hold. It looks like some of it says that maybe they're waiting to engage new counsel, ensure continuity of new discussions, and avoid necessary duplication. So the one thing I found interesting in the letter from the AUC is the commission's practice is not to leave applications in abeyance indefinitely, and that's not something that I think in the past we've seen. So it sounds like they're giving them till December 15th. And then it says the commission may not grant further extensions and may close the application without further process. So it will be interesting to see where that goes going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Zier, in case you felt you came here without a purpose today, I would be very interested to know where we are with the wastewater project in Huxley, and if we can anticipate seeing something happen this fall.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair. So yeah, just an update on that. We did close the tender. We received a couple bids, one over budget, one under budget. So we're just confirming the details. We've sent the engineer the intent to award and should hopefully sign the contract later this week. After we have that, we'll have the finalized construction dates, which are still anticipated by middle part of November at the worst case scenario, but hopefully sooner. Once we get those dates, we have a little communication set up for the residents of that hamlet. So we'll make sure we inform them when the construction is starting and have contact information for them all the way through it.
Okay, so we're anticipating possibly seeing something completed by November, or?
Through the chair, definitely, yes. The completion date on that entire project is intended for 2025 still.
Okay, so we know that the colder it gets, the deeper the frost goes and all those kind of stories, right?
Yes, yes, for sure.
I know, I'm being a little bit.
There's no moisture in the bid.
Yeah.
You haven't dug in my yard. All right. Any other questions with regard to the council follow-up action list? And thank you, Mr. Zier, for that update. Appreciate it. If there are no further questions, I would entertain a motion to accept the council follow-up action list.
So moved.
Okay, Councillor Forbes, thank you. So we have a motion to receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. The next three items of business are closed session items. There are three items that we need to discuss. The first one being under Access to Information Act, Section 20, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. The second one being Access to Information Act, Section 26, intergovernmental relations. And the last one being, again, under Section 20, under Access to Information, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. At this point, I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Cunningham, thank you. At 3:04, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
awfully silent over there, so I'm not sure if you guys can't hear me or if I just can't
No,
hear
we
you.
can see it, Jerry. We're just waiting to get back live. So we
All
are,
right.
we are live now. So we had a motion to return to open session, Councillor Christie at 4:12. We recessed to allow the return of the public and to get the live stream back. So it's now 4:16. I'll call the meeting back to order. So we just came out of closed session for 3 different items. 2 under section 20, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, and 1 under section 26, intergovernmental relations. We have 1 motion to make, giving direction to administration to proceed as discussed. Who would care to make the motion?
Here, I'll do it.
Okay, Councillor Forbes.
I make the motion that council direct administration to provide, as discussed, to a maximum of 300.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion to that motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
No.
No, were you
Laurie
opposed?
was
Oh,
opposed.
sorry, that was carried. Jerry was actually behind you.
So you just saw the hand.
So I was coming back from Jerry, sorry. All right, so motion carried. So there are no further items on our agenda for today. It's now 4:17 and we are adjourned.